Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, July the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Faith, Starkey, and Pepe. Let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen in both rooms. Excellent. All right, guys. Well, we got a big winner. Well, we got a big mover today this morning at GMM, 215%. Any news on this one other than the fact that it's a China stock? Do not see any news on it. I'm just looking at my headline news to see if there's anything there. I don't see anything. They what's the date today? This is June. I'm looking at June. They filed a finance. They did financing in June, I guess, but I don't see any news today on JMM. Now, on the daily chart, the next high looking left looks like it is around $12. So there's obviously room. I did see JLHL. Yeah, I did see it go up to $28 after hours yesterday. I did see that. Remember I was saying, well, this could be the one right around here. No, earlier. Sorry, in the daily. Let me take a look at the 15-minute chart. Yeah, it was right around here. It was $7. Right here, it's at 245. I wasn't sitting at my desk, unfortunately, because I may have taken some, and I'm not sure I would have held on. I don't doubt if I would have held on to 32. But anyway, unbelievable. That was the one. Yeah, I do see that Obi right there. Yeah, 3287 or so. Yes. So maybe, who knows? Maybe GMM will be the one today. I mean, it's not the room on the daily chart still. $12. A lot of volume, 77 million shares. Look at the float, basically a million shares in the float. But you know what I'm going to be watching again today is METU. METU, the two-time, as William said, that's a big move. Facebook, Meta's up 4%. Meta's up 4%. That's a big move. This is up 8% because it's the two-time mover. All right, what else is happening? HAO. I do not see any news on that one either. I don't see any news on that one either. You can see the theme, guys. They're either China, Singapore, so far the top three here. Aha! So wow. I mean, this is what a move for Circle. Check the stock. Any news on this one? I mean, that's up 12%. The stock itself is up 12%, 12.5%. Circle pops following OCC approval for National Trust Bank. All right. Well, that is your news for Circle. Thank you, Pat. Yeah. Wow. That's a big move. So again, if you wanted to, if you thought it was already shorting it, shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. So this is a two-timer. So again, that's why this is up 25%. The stock itself is up 12.5%. But if it ever gives up any steam, boy, I mean, this would be a nice little short. WOK, walk. Well, right at the VWAP right now. See, is there any news? This is sort of the theme right here. No news on anything other than the morning shot in our YouTube room, other than the circle. Ha! There are shares available. 5,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers of this one. WD-40. How long has that been in it? I'll bet you, I'm going to say 1800s. Oh, I'm wrong. I would have thought this company was around for a lot longer. 1953. I would have thought this company a lot longer. Anyway, WD-40 is it's an earnings play. I don't know if you looked at this one, William. William. Yeah, William. I don't know if you looked at that one, WD-40. If it was a beat raise. Now, it was a beat raise. Okay. Now, is there, I'm just going to rely on somebody maybe to find a company ETF. Okay. A company ETF for this one, if there is one. Yeah, it's only 18,000 shares. So likely there is not a company ETF for this one. It's too bad. I'd love to see it if there was. Yeah, I agree, William. Not with that amount of volume. Now they did release earnings after hours. Okay, so I'd be a little more hesitant if they release earnings this morning and it's only 18,000 shares. But at any rate, nice present for. And look at the float. I mean, goodness, 13 million in the float. That's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. Like, why don't they do a forward split? Got to be a reason. Exactly. I mean, look at the float, 13 million for a now $278 stock. All right, what else is happening here? Yeah, I think you were looking at Delta, right? Delta Airlines, DAL, basically flat right now. This is an earnings play, Delta, DAL. Market is, as we speak anyway, the SPY is flat right now. Vodafone, what are they doing? 2.3 billion in the flat. That's a big move. That's a big move. Vodafone Group shares are trading higher after and agreed to sell its entire stake in the company. Okay. Really? But you're not talking companies like Tesla. Okay, you're talking maybe. I mean, not that well, WD-40 is totally obscure, but obviously companies like Tesla, they did forward splits to make the stock a little more affordable, and NVDA, but maybe they're the outliers. I don't understand this at all. Vodafone Group shares are trading higher after agreed to sell its entire stake in the company. So maybe they were a thorn in their side. I don't know. I don't get it. Anyway, the stock is up 13%. CDZI is on the move here, guys. Now, could be interesting. Next high looking left on a weekly chart is around almost $5. 438 is this week's high. PMA. Let's take a look at PMA. PMA. Yeah, I doubt this one is going to do anything. It's the GMM guys. The reason why, I mean, it's got a ton of room, a ton of room. Ton of room, low float, no news. China, what could go wrong? Okay, are there any disasters today? How about this FRMI? They're doing a financing, I guess. Yeah, they're doing a financing, so that's the reason Fermi is down. The valuations are the same, PJ. Cheaper entry, absolutely. But the value, I know you know this. The market cap is still the same. Fermi, guys, FRMI. Now, this is shortable for me. Wow, a lot of shares, 5.2 million at Interactive Brokers. So interesting. They're doing a financing, and I couldn't quite see. It's hard for me to understand exactly what the price is. Wow, wait a minute. I don't know. 952 a share, 732 a share. Whatever it is, it's under the current price is underneath. Okay, what is one a race this morning that I haven't talked about? WNW. What is this one doing right now? WNW. China. We ought to have a. I wonder if there's a China ETF for stocks under like with less than 5 million in the float. Easy enough to create one, I guess, but not an ETF, but a basket of stocks like that. Excuse me. The other one that popped up in the pre-market is underneath the VWAP right now. Just looking at how about J. We know this is another one. JZXN. Yeah, pretty ugly looking. CRE. Ugly. I remember this used to be the symbol used to be habanero in Canada. HAO. I don't think they exist anymore. It was a resource stock of some sort, and I'm talking years and years ago. I remember it because I traded it, but obviously not the same stock at all. Well, on a daily chart, the next high is is it right around the two level. So if it tests it, it's going to have to take this out, that 204, and then there's a couple of highs right there at 213. If it's going to test that two level for HAO. Well, with the market kind of blah this morning, I mean, I'm just looking at the SPY. It's up 16 cents from yesterday's close as we speak. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Doc channel bar. All these theme-based channels. Click on the Show More. And let's take a look at the sector status. So the top sector right now are the nukes and uranium. Okay, NLR. What's the worst one? Semis. Semis are going to be weak today, probably. I mean, this is in the pre-market. They're down 1.5%. The semis, tech. So these are the two weakest sectors right now. So looking at some of these individual stocks, and I want to see if there's any big jumper. So healthcare, well, it's expensive, but STE is up 6.5%. STE is up 6.5%. Good volume too, 1.2 million. What if I don't know if they have any news on this one, but STE, you can see right there. See what else is on the move here. Consumer staple, Smuckers, right? Yeah, SJM. This is on the move a little bit. Good volume also, 1.28 million. So Smuckers is on the move. This was the news from yesterday. Smucker's $5 billion Twinkie deal is becoming a Wall Street cautionary tale. Exclamation point. I guess it has been. Well, I don't know. So you see what I'm doing? I'm basically just looking at some of the sectors and finding the strongest stock and the weakest stock. I want to see something like really weak or really strong in terms of a percentage move. Well, here are the tech stocks. Some of the tech stocks. AMAT is weak. Wow, what a run now in Bitcoin. Over 64,000. Yeah. Last time I looked, it was under 60. So yeah, what a run. So the financials, anything really standing out here? Not really. Could be a good exercise for some of you guys just to go to the sector status channel, look at it in the pre-market, check out the top stock and the weak stock in a sector. I don't mean you trade them all, but there might be something that otherwise I would, for instance, I would not have seen STE. Not that STE is something I want to trade. It's too, just don't like the price, but you never know. The bio, another one, 6.2%. And just check out how much the volume and look at that float. Another one, crazy low float for bio. Only 17.8 million in the float. Let's see, PURR. So aren't they being sued for $1 trillion or something? Meta, and somebody posted. So you can see Meta though. I mean, Meta now is over the 200-day moving average. Okay. Okay, William. What is today's simply? You nailed that one unbelievably well yesterday. But this is down already. Oh, I see. Okay, from the highs here. Okay. All right, guys, 9:20. 10 minutes to the 9:30 open. Now, how's SDOT doing? Absolutely craziness. I got up to 37, 30, 35 yesterday. Delta eats historic fuel costs while cashing in on a record summer travel. Really, record summer travel. Okay. How are the rest of them doing? How's United Airlines doing? Oops. United has earnings next week. And our favorite one, American, how are they doing? They have earnings next week also. Really, Stephen? There's supposed to be a seven, no, not a 7 minute delay, 7 second delay, not a 7 minute delay. Unless I'm talking to Stephen in our YouTube room. If it was a 7 minute delay, nobody would be there. It's approximately a 7 second delay. Yeah, I was going to say. Okay, here's one sneaking over $1, guys. INUV. Look at this big pop up to 134, right back down to $1.13. All right, who is that? Who's calling themselves trade ideas in the room? Not me. Maybe I wonder if that's Andy or Steve. ABTC. It's not me. Oversold bounce, if so inclined. American Bitcoin. It is Andy. Okay. Got to make sure, Andy. We'll see you in about about 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours. No, I was right. 3.5 hours. No, I was. How about noon Eastern? But yesterday when you were talking about simply, it was not a beat raise, right? It was a miss lower, and yet it was higher, and that's why you said. That's why you said it looked like a great fade. A beat lower. Oh, it was a beat lower. Okay, excuse me. CLYM. I had a price alert set for CLYM for some reason. I don't know why. Probably did it a long time ago. Climb Bio. Lifetime high. Lifetime high for Climb Bio. CLYM. Okay, guys, the GMM pulled back into $5, still well above, quite a bit above the VWAP still. 85 million shares are traded. No news, no news on this one. And remember, the reason why it could be very interesting, you just look left, 1170 is the next high. 1173 to be exact, the next high in the daily chart. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. So what did I get to this morning? I got up to 660 or so, 659. There's a little bit of a pullback. And obviously you got to be careful. I mean, there's absolutely no news on it, but that doesn't matter. I mean, the news is this: 85 million are traded. It's China, low flow. That's the news. Now the market's putting on a little bit of a spurt here ahead of. I didn't get my email that I normally get. That has actually, there's nothing in the economic calendar that I saw today. That's why I didn't put anything in the alert section. So I do have I have met you thumbnailed. It's on my other monitor, thumbnail chart, my other monitor. Definitely going to be watching this one. Met you is again, it's a 2-time ETF for Meta. So it's starting to fade a bit. So Meta, the stock, is starting to move down a bit, and both of them should be approaching the VWAP. There you go. There's the VWAP, that purple line, and whoa, look at this! As we speak, Meta's having a pop now, as is Met U. So they came in, kind of got into the VWAP area. Okay. So what a move if this can get. Well, I mean, look at that. There's on the weekly chart again. This is the 2-time ETF, but it'll look the same in terms. It should look the same as on the weekly chart for Meta, in terms of the taking out a high. 27.26 is right there. So the next high for this is $31, 31.38. Wow, could be interesting, guys. I traded this one yesterday. Twice. The first time took a little loss. Second time was really nice. Give me one moment. I'm just adjusting one of my scans for the pre-market, for the market. Market open. You are right. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the 9:30 open, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I have made some exceptions in my daily trend reversals. Okay, if it's a company ETF, a name company like a Meta or an Apple or something like that, I have been a little more inclined to maybe take them a little earlier, but all depends what I see on the charts. For the most part, I'm still waiting at first 15 minutes. Why? Just to let things settle down a little bit. And yet, if you listen to William, that's where he makes most of his money, right? Okay, guys, we're now open. So let me start this race. My large cap race. There we go. At least one stock's in it now. No, it's not a beer, guys. Okay, there's the HA. Oh, first of all, how is the GMM doing? I don't want to lose sight of it. I have it thumbnailed on my other monitor. So when I talk about a thumbnail, I'm talking about taking a chart, shrinking it down, so it's so it's not taking up that much space. So I have several of them on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, and GMM is one of them. I just want to keep an eye on it. That is your consolidation scan, isn't it, William, for HAO? Looks, yeah, recalling what it looks like. It looks like it was basing for a long time. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, it's definitely coming out of. I mean, the relative volume is only 118,000 times normal. Now it's dropped to 98,000 times normal. Remember, the relative volume filter that we have is time sensitive. So what that means is that 98,000, and it's going to be, it'll not stay there, but it means that 83,000 times normal up to at 9:31 minute after the market open. Well, met you on the move here, guys. Met you on the move. METU. And again, now it is over these levels. Wow. I want to just take a look at Meta. I want to see if it does look the same on the weekly. And yes, it does. I mean, it's identical. See, this is one, if I'd seen it in the daily trend reversals, and I won't get an alert here until at least 9:35, 5 minutes after the open. That's by design. NVVE halted on the way up. However, so I'm displaying this for the first time today. This is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Now this number is fluctuating quite a bit. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue window showing me the stock, of course, that is halted. There's the halt price at 1037. This column is trying to give you a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. I mean, you can see how it's all over the place right now. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it got halted at 9:31 plus 6 seconds. So it'll open just after 6 seconds after 9:36 if it is a 5-minute halt. All right, guys. So the GMM is now starting to drift down, struggling to hold 5. However, let me just take a look at it because it might be getting close to the VWAP. There's the VWAP right there. 466 is the VWAP. So it's getting closer to the VWAP. Will that act as support? Will 5 act as support? It's a pretty psychological number to try to hold. And we've got another halt. JZXN halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. Well, it's got room on the weekly chart anyway. 282, and on the daily chart, 249. Let's take a look at where this one could open. So a little more stable, or a little more stable than the NVVE in terms of fluctuation. Okay. I can give it to you, but I'll show you how to do it. Okay. Just take it, duplicate it. Okay. I'm going to show you very quickly how to do this. Okay. So duplicate it. because you don't want to, because you still want it. Okay. You still want this. And then all you do is right click and go to properties, don't repeat. And then click on that don't repeat window for, and this is a drop down menu. You have your choice. What I've done is for a day. Okay. And I would give it another name. Well, another name. I just added DR to it. Okay. That makes sense. Why I do that is so I can go back in time and check, okay, what happened from that first alert? So right now, and this is anything in yellow is in theory a short opportunity. Anything in powder blue is a long opportunity. But again, I don't, had it been a company ETF, I may have taken one of them. Now, ULCC has got a ton of room on a monthly chart. The next low, you see, doesn't have enough room for me. If I wanted to short this one, which I can, 2.7 million at Interactive Brokers, but when I look left, the next low is 690. So it's, first of all, I wouldn't take it unless it broke 7. And then I've got that to contend with. So just because I get something in, I love the scan. Just because I get something in the scan doesn't mean I just automatically take it. I still have to, which is one reason why I will never, ever, ever auto trade. Even if I could auto trade, if I thought I could make money auto trading, I'd do it. All right, guys. Well, moment of truth now for GMM. Is that VWAP going to hold it? VWAP's around 467 or so. So is the VWAP going to act as support? Is it going to bounce off it? Yeah, it's one of the crazy low floaters. NVVE, 500,000 in the float. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a market lift here on the SPY anyway. Dow's up a little, Qs are down a little, SPY's up a little. You know what's having a bit of a miserable day now is Pang. This was an earnings play a couple of days ago. It was a fabulous earnings play. All-time high, closed near the high, extended yesterday, got up to $90. Didn't close well though, closed at 8, and now it's starting to drift down. And wow, here, prescient, look at that. I had a price alert set for some reason for that price right there for Pang. So the same thing with the Cree, guys. Would I take this? 340. You see the next high looking left, it's just too close for me. We get an alert at 340 and the next high is at 359. It's just too close for me to take it. I'm not saying it's going to get blocked there. And then the 200-day moving average is right up there too. But all right, this one just opened, JZXN, and it opened and exploded. And the next high looking left on the weekly is 284, and on the daily is 250. Another one, low flow China, excuse me, low flow China stock. Okay, put me on mute. Put me on mute, Pepe. Celsius is on the move here, guys. Celsius is on the move. CELH on the move. The next high looking left on a daily chart is 3163. So I'm going to put a price alert on that area. May not happen today, but if it does, your next high is way up there around 34. So I should have been following that one. The what was the ETF again? CRCG or something? Guys, keep an eye on GMM. Okay, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP area and act as support. Okay, well, it's coming right into it again. Okay, there's the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will it act as support? I'm putting a price alert a little over 5, okay? Because if I think if it can hold that VWAP and then pop over 5 on some volume, it could go on a bit of a run. But remember, very low float, no news, volatile as heck. Look at this. Look at this. It's getting close. Taking out 5 again. Trying to take out 5 again. GMM. Yeah, this is actually an AI alert from us, eLab now. Yeah, so for me personally, just doesn't have enough room. Now, I mean that 160 may not block it, but for me, it just doesn't have enough room. If you're in this already, great. You know, at a lower price, of course. Big tease right now, guys. Big tease right at $5 for the GMM. Well, this could turn into a spectacular VWAP bounce. Could for the GMM. Look at that purple line. How couple of bars got right into it. But it did not, excuse me, that blue line in my chart, that was my price alert trigger. Now, if it had triggered, it doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into the trade. I just want to know if it hits that price. And then, but it didn't. I don't typically short these really cheap ones. This is well, it's basically a lifetime low. Excuse me, it's showing in the reversal scan. I don't typically short these very cheap ones though. Okay, so this is now giving it up. JLHL giving it up. Got halted and now is moving down. Shoot, I missed. Excuse me, I missed the JZXN from our AI. A great reentry. Oh, no trade for us? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. So I'm not going to beat myself up. Interactive brokers will not allow us to trade that one. So, okay. Okay, I was going to say habanero. It's not habanero, but HAO. HAO is yeah. I didn't. Even if it got to two, it would be looked like it was going to struggle to get through two. But hmm, yeah. So the halt for NVVE right there, 1237, and potential open in the 13 range. Okay, so if you're in this one right now, so this is the second halt of the day, right? This is the second halt. Yeah. Boy, things have really slowed down. I mean, there's hardly anything in the trend reversals. But to start looking at these races, again, look at these. Well, they don't look like topping tails, when I'm looking at a bar chart, but these are basically topping tails, right for GMM. They're so close to that little 523 area. Why 523 for me? I just want to see it. I want to see it clear five in a big way. I don't mind giving up, a dime or 15 cents if it's going to move, a dollar or two or three, or who knows where it could go, or it may not do anything at all. But 94 million are traded. It's only a million in the float. 87 times full turnover is 87 times right now. The thing about this one, if the volume, it could just, what I got to do, I have to maybe it could just have one of those explosive moves. So I'm not telling anybody to buy it, okay? Come on, hold five, hold five. Give me a moment, guys. I have to watch this, okay? I'm talking about the GMM. All right. Well, it came up to that level. It dropped. I'm going to put my price alert there again. Okay. It's still a mini struggle to keep over five. So I'm going to put another price alert there at 520 and see if it takes it out the second time and then starts to really run. I had to wait because I was actually all set to buy it. See, the problem with it is that why I had to watch it is because it could have exploded through the level. Okay, I mean, you don't know. It could have exploded right through the level, especially some volume had come in. So that's why I was watching it, and I may have even kind of chased it a bit, but I'm still waiting on it to see if it gets back over that 520 level. So it just got ugly. It just got really ugly. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad I waited. It really got ugly, guys. At now underneath the VWAP. Now, it doesn't mean this is going to be ugly for the rest of the day, but right now it's ugly for me. All right. Well, on to the next thing. I saw Lucy in something. I don't know where I saw Lucy though. Oh, right there. Won a race. Okay. Monica, you mentioned Lucy. Yeah. So again, underneath the VWAP. Did you say low volume? Oh, you mean the volume's lowering? Okay, because it's certainly a lot of volume. 9.7 million. You're talking now though. Had a volume burst, so that's why it probably won a race. Okay, met you. Oh, look at GM, and boy, I'm so glad. I mean, I had my finger on the submit button in Interactive Brokers. My big miss right now though is the JZXN from our AI, and I want to point out the idea. Obviously, not obviously, it's not obvious. It should be more obvious, but it isn't. The reentry, okay. Now, it was a very tight. It was a very tight stop. The original alert price was at 230. The exit was at 223. That's a stop. It did hit the stop. It came halfway between the 230 and 223, which is 227. So if you didn't take it the first time, you can wait for that. You can wait for our reentry. So those of you with the AI, make sure a couple things. If profitable trades is checked, uncheck it. Why? Because you won't see that reentry price because it's underneath the original alert price. Andy, if you're listening, get the company to uncheck it. This is the default to have profitable trades checked. It's stupid. It's just it's stupid because people don't see that then the reentry price. You understand why the company can't just make the quick switch. I shouldn't have said stupid, but I mean it doesn't make any sense to me why the company would put that as the default. Boy, not much happening with the trend reversals. I was hoping to get a company ETF, nothing yet. Well, trading RAM, I was thinking about taking this one long, met you long. I know you're short Meta. I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. You're talking about if I type in CRCL or CRC, just can't remember what it was. The ETF. Did it end in a G? CRCG? No. Well, first of all, that's wrong. So no. Yes, the memory still works. So it was CRCG. So if we think that the stock circle CRCL is going to continue to drift down, you can short this one. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Hmm. Okay, guys. Are you still short? I look. Yeah. Trading Ram. Are you still short this Meta? I don't like going against people, but in the room, but I couldn't resist. Not because of you, just I'm loving trading this every day now. I'm going to keep watching this one every day until the volatility starts to decrease for Meta the stock. Ah, CRCD is a two-time short. CRCD. What's the interesting? Good volume. Spread is fine. So if you thought if okay, so you can buy this one if you thought that CRCL is going to move down. I'm sorry, Monica. Did you say that JZXN is not shortable for or not tradable for us? Is that the one? Okay. Thank you. So actually, this is a pretty good one from our AI also. 39.65 on the alert, and it got up to, before I pull back a little bit, 41.80. So over a $2 move. But, and the big but, that spread, 40.98. So about a 50-cent spread. Boy, GMM just got thumped. I mean, can it hold four? Doesn't mean it's dead for the day, but it's certainly it really probably drew a lot of people in on that five break for a bit. Unfortunately. All right, guys, it is now the magic 10 o'clock. So you know what that means? Homepage time. Already done the pour. You weren't listening. All right, so on my homepage, we have two promo codes, okay? Now, please listen carefully. If you are willing to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. Now, if you don't know this product, don't go annual, either standard or premium, okay? You should start off with a monthly. First of all, I'm going to show you what you really should do before you even take out a monthly. But So, but if you're willing to take out a premium annual, you can get 30% off. The other ones are all 25% off. The other ones meaning a premium monthly, a standard monthly, or a standard annual, okay? And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It'll change. This is basically a July 4th promo code. So why? Because I'm moderating two trading rooms, okay? The YouTube room and the main room right here. So if you're in YouTube right now, this is a free room also. There's more action in this room, more interaction with other traders. A couple of perks also. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me to do that. That's why Obi does it. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room, 6:45 a.m. And it's free. It is free. And I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15, okay? Now, if you keep scrolling down, you've clicked on my homepage link, you can keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? So, education. So, if you're just taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, okay, go down to the education section, click on the more info. So this is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this. Getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Covers most of the key elements of the program. I'm not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it covers the key elements. And if you don't have trade ideas, but you're thinking about it, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try this for a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? But I would do this first before you even took out, like why pay for a monthly subscription for something you don't even know anything about? So just won't take you long. Now, keep scrolling down, back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you are new to trading, okay? 15 of them. Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. I'm getting ideas, but do I take every idea to trade? No. Why not? Well, the first thing I have to do is click on the symbol. I check the charts. Do I like what I see? If I like what I see, it becomes a candidate. If I don't like what I see, I don't trade it. But if you click on a symbol and you have no idea what the chart is trying to tell you, you will never, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Wow. Sorry, Trading Ram, but the METU is it's right at the high now. I believe METU is at the high of the day now. I have a thumbnail on my other monitor. All right. Next, my scans, etc. Scans, races that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is the large cap race is right here. The more volatile race is right here. Pulse resumes is down here. These are the ones you can actually see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. My daily trend reversals, really not doing much today. I do have that one up and running. I have other scans that I'm sharing though. You can take a look at them, a momentum scan, a gap scanner, the combo scan, and up down 25 cents. You can take a look at these scans. Now, one thing, do not have them all up, like don't make a giant layout with all these. If you do, you'll be inundated with alerts. You'll never get anything done, okay? So why do I have these here if I'm not using them? More than likely, the gap scanner, I'll probably open it up in a couple of weeks when we get heavy into earnings season. Then we get a lot of different gaps, gapping up, gapping down, reversals. But right now, I don't have it up and running. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel like you are interrupting me. if I'm in a trade or that I have to attend to it full time or doing something else, I'll let you know. The only thing I really can't help with are accounting issues. Okay. If you do have an accounting issue, I cannot help you with that, but I can direct you. I'll give you an email address. I can direct you to people who can help you. Wow. I mean, GMM really collapsed. A little surprised. Didn't we see this one yesterday too? I could have sworn we saw. Yeah, we saw this one yesterday, FVRX, and it was an amazing run. I remember yesterday it was the same thing. The spread was awful. Okay, guys. Well, your short now probably is working a lot better. I'm out of the Met U. I wish I'd capitalized a little bit more on it. I'm still going to keep an eye on it for later on, though. Well, I thought GMM. I thought when it got back over 5 a couple of times, I thought that might hold it. I thought maybe the VWAP might hold it. I mean, there's nothing to it. I mean, I understand that, but there's nothing to a lot of the stuff we trade. And they look at the JLHL yesterday. I mean, up to $38 after hours. Man, I'm getting a lot of shorts in this my reversal scan, but they're all cheap ones. All right, I'll have to start looking at maybe the large cappers. OBDC, let's take a look at OBDC. Blue Owl, okay, so it's above 11. Uh, the next high looking left, too close. I mean, I just can't trade it. 11.18, it's way too close. Look at the daily chart. Well, I mean, obviously they are low float stocks, crazy float stocks. They're uh, they're highly volatile. We all know that. But I my 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 idea with those are just I don't take as many shares as maybe I would. I have a wider stop. Well, I mean a low market cap usually means a low float too, though. I mean, if it's a low price and it's a low market cap, usually that's going to mean that the float is low. But it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'll trade anything, but I have to have the setup that I like. I would have traded this one. I would have traded this one if I had been able to, but I can't do it at Interactive Brokers, JZXN. Okay, well, let's take a look at the sector status again, see how it's changed. So I'm going to click on New, Doc Channel Bar, all these theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More, scroll down to the sector status and see what has changed. NLR was the top one in the pre-market. Is it still the top one? No, still up there, mildly positive, but home builders is the top one right now. Not a huge move or anything, but it is the top sector right now. And if I scroll down, interesting, healthcare, IBB. Now, these are usually the larger cap healthcare stocks, I think. I may be wrong. as opposed to XLV, which is the other hell. But IBB, I don't know. I really don't know what makes up IBB. I for some reason, I think it's the larger market cap stocks. But I may be wrong. XLV may be the one that has the large cap stocks too, or also. Anyway, healthcare though, healthcare. Now let's dive into some of the individual sectors, okay? So just trying to find something that might be interesting. So here's retail, okay? CarMax is the top one in terms of percentage move. Most of them are up for the day. Best Buy, yay, Best Buy, my favorite store. So CarMax is up. I don't see any reason for it. It's not an earnings play, not a lot of volume either. But some are down. Let's check and see what is the worst one. Nothing really standing out. I mean, if we'd seen something that was down 4 or 5%, bucking the overall sector, that would have been interesting. But really, there's nothing standing out, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything that's really standing out here, guys. It's interesting that CarMax is in both discretionary, consumer discretionary, and retail. Well, here's the healthcare. Okay, here's the healthcare stock. So, what's the worst one? INSEE, INSEE and Guild are the two worst ones. Worst ones in terms of the change from the close. That was a pretty big drop for Meta. Underneath the VWAP now. So this might be turning into a short for me. Okay, the METU might be turning into a short for me. Underneath the VWAP now. I mean, not like well, I don't know. Maybe the market's dragging it down a little bit. There's some red bars now, but market is still mildly positive. Well, okay, we've got a lot of halts resumes. NVVE halted again on the way up. Wow. So it took out the high of 2 days ago, like nothing. And the high on a weekly chart is up here, 1490. I'm sure there's no news on it. Low float, 500,000 in the float. Well, it just opened and it's ripping. Look at this. So here's how rapidly it's trading. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Oh, sorry, Marcos in our YouTube room mentioned PAGS, PAGS. Let's take a look at PAGS. Yeah. Well, big thing for me. It's a large cap, fairly large cap. I'm just looking to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it, but it's having a decent day, I guess, up 3.5%. It's a big float, 150 million in the float. All right. Well, this one has a little bit of room. EQPT. This is okay. Construction, mining, and forestry. Okay, this has a little bit of room, guys. 1973 is the next high, looking left. So a little bit of room. Let's see how well it holds over 19. Big float, pretty big float. 101 million in the float. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert just over 19 again and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, that is from the large cap scan or the large cap race. My guess, I do see that the our AI has a short. Wow, I wouldn't know. For WYHG. I don't know, guys. I'm going to make a recommendation to the company that they don't look a float of under a million. I mean, I don't think we should be putting that in our AI. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it goes crazy, okay, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just checking some of our Slack messages. Wow. Yeah, NVVE. Well, this was the one. This was the one, not the GMM. Um, I don't really think it was doing much in the pre-market. I'm not sure I really saw this one in the pre-market. NVV, excuse me, NVVE. But again, look at that float, 500,000 in the float. Now, I mean, somebody said the spread. I mean, the spread for a stock this rapidly moving, it's not terrible. Even if it was like a 30-cent spread, if it's going to move $4 or $5. But look at this. I mean, it got up to what? Got up to 1771 and down to 1570. So like a $2 drop in a heartbeat. Oh, I'll trade anything. AB Kirkpatrick. I'll trade anything. I don't look at the float and go, no, I won't trade it. I mean, I just understand the volatility though. I traded this NVV on, I think 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? Yeah, I traded it 2 days ago. All right. Well, GMM is trying to put a little bounce, trying to put a little bounce off that four level. There's the VWAP. I have to put a price alert over the. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be completely dead, but let's put a price alert over the VWAP and see if it takes that out later on in the day. Well, I guess I see. Just because I think something's going to get stopped because I see the next high looking left doesn't mean it's going to. Because look at the CRE now, guys. The CRE create, pretty creative. Create enterprise. We had the alert. Oh man, that's a massive move now. We had the alert in the daily reversal at 340. But I looked left and I said, you know what? I don't like it because 350 was pretty close. So I didn't take it. Now this is interesting. Will it look at the VWAP, or sorry, not the VWAP, but the 200-day moving average? It got right into it. See that yellowish line on my daily chart? That is a 200-day moving average, and it's got right into it, and so far it has stopped it. But from the original alert rate right here at 340, that's an awesome percentage move. I didn't take it though because I just thought that this might block it. Well, it depends on the price of the stock. 8 cent spread on Apple is okay, but well, it fluctuates. I mean, it's right now it's 5 cents. I mean, it fluctuates, but it's a stock that doesn't bother me that much if a stock is really, really moving. Plus, with interactive brokers, I can kind of pick a midpoint. Okay, with their midpoint, which is not it's not halfway necessarily. It's just somewhere in between the bid and the ask. But now look at it. I mean, it's just a complete ooh. So yeah, I mean, some of these are very, very quick trades. But you get a look at the massive volume that came in. So you cannot just sort of buy this and say, okay, let's go downstairs, make some toast and coffee, and come back. No. Shoot, I should have shorted that. I did not short the Met U. I was watching this right on the VWAP break. Did not short it, unfortunately. Okay, guys, I do actually have my bouncers toppers open on my other monitor. I don't have that on my home page, but I do have this is what I'm talking about, the bouncers toppers. You're looking for stocks that may have topped out. or have bottomed out. Okay, so if it's in blue, it's in theory looking for bottom bounces. And if it's in, well, I can't short this one anyway. Orange is looking for a top, but I could never short this anyway. When I say never, it's not available. Interactive brokers, and it'd be, now that's where I would draw the line, probably shorting a stock like that. I mean, you can get just as, even if I went long, it could drop in an instant. So I mean, it's not that shorting is shorting. If I could short it, it's not that it is even more risky. I don't know. I mean, it's just as risky, maybe both ways, but you know, what I've actually been using this more for though is not so much to find bounces. It's more for continuation. So you see the little beam. So right now, yeah, it's having a little bit of a bounce, but if it takes out the low, that could get it moving lower again. So it's sort of identifying a stock that, for a lot, will say, "Wow, this is way oversold." I was waiting on a 19 break for that one. Just give me a moment. All right. Well, let's see if this works, guys. EQPT. I put that price alert because when I look left, there's room for it. About 19, what, 1970 is the next time. I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay. And this might be just a quick scalp for me. I don't have any trust in any of these larger cap stocks to keep moving. The spread got kind of wonky. Yeah, not liking this as much. The EQPT, the spread was fine when I took it, but got a little challenging afterwards. So I'm having to watch this one. Certainly 19, I'm out at 19. I'm not going to hang around. See what I'm talking about? 1907, 1916. You know, somebody asked before, well, for a large cap stock, I mean, it's not a tremendously large cap stock, but all of a sudden the spread just started to widen. Okay, UVXG or UBXG, sorry. This got halted on the way down. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I took myself out of that trade, guys. The EQPT. I did. I'll look at it later if it gets back over, say, 1915. But I don't like the fact that that spread started to widen and everything. So I'll put a price alert up in this area and see if it regains that area with a better spread. So there's only one stock today that is triggered on the reentry, okay, from our AI, and that is the JZXN, which I could not trade. Interactive brokers would not. So it's on there. Whoa, guys, I don't know. Something's hitting the market. Something is hitting the market. I wonder what it is. So if you're in a large cap stock like Meta, you're probably laughing now as on a short. Something is hitting the market. I'm sure there's a little headline somewhere. Wow, that's a big bar, guys. That is a big, giant bar and getting gianter and gianter. Seriously. So a lot of stocks, a lot of large cap stocks. Here's Oracle. I mean, but it's so dependent right now in the market. Now, when I say Oracle, this is the two time for Oracle, and it's moving with the market. So that's the problem. The problem I have is all of a sudden, if the market just does this, these large cap stocks can do exactly the same thing. When I say this, I mean, so the low was down here at 748, but it's trying to recover here. And you can see exactly what happened with the Oracle or RCU. So I'm not going to take these because they're just too dependent on what the market is doing. Boy, I'm telling you, for me today, this is a super slow day. I'm not talking about in the market, but yesterday, time flew. I had a lot of questions. It was great. I'm not getting any questions today, and it's just not. But time flew yesterday. It's only an hour into the market now. Feels like it's been at least two for me. So yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Look at this. I mean, sure, we were down here, but it's trying to recover. So that's why I'm not going to take one of these company ETFs that is really, really tied into what the market is doing. Okay, guys. Now let's see. Next bar, we'll tell a little bit, I guess. So these stocks here, they don't really care what's happening with the market. Okay, these more volatile stocks, especially like an FBRX doesn't care. It had news yesterday, and so these stocks right here are kind of the alpha stocks, not caring what the overall market is doing within reason. I mean, if the market drops, 1,000 points in the next second, I'm sure these will get affected too. But there is not as best. So look at this market coming right back. I mean, so how many people will short ahead of this little announcement, and then I don't know if a subsequent tweet has come out or whatever it's called. Yeah, you got to be in the room. Sorry, there's no alerts that go out. I'm also not telling people what to buy or sell. I'm not telling people. I mean, I took the met you earlier. I took the IYPT, EYPT, but I got out of it. Just give me a moment. Do you have trade ideas at all? Best or Besta? Besta the Mula? I don't. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing everything, but do you have trade ideas? Ah, your first day. Okay. Well, a couple things. I don't know if you've done this yet. Just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, again, I don't know if you've done this yet, but if you haven't, please do. Okay. So click on my homepage link, go down the education section right here, the more info. And then if you keep scrolling down a little bit more, getting started with trade ideas. I'll expand this just a little bit. Getting started with trade ideas. I don't know if you've done this. If you haven't done this, you have to do this first. Okay. 12 short videos. You probably don't have to meet. You might not have to do the login if you're already logged in, but please, these are 12 short videos just to give you an idea. I would hope that you had done it before, but if you haven't done it, mandatory you do this. So you understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Okay. Yeah. Please do it now. Otherwise, it's too befuddling. Seriously, I mean, there's a lot. Trade ideas can be a complicated program if you make. I'm not just talking to you. If you make it that way, it doesn't have to be though. Also, what sort of trading experience do you have? because right below that is back to basics. If you don't have any trading experience, you should look at that also. Or you'd have very minimal trading experience. You should look at that also, the back to basics, because again, Trade Ideas, great program. Okay, so you do have some, but not much in day trading. Okay, so at least you understand maybe how to look at a chart, okay, and understand what a chart is trying to tell you. You too, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Okay. Well, then you have to transfer your knowledge to intraday trading. Yes. Give me a moment, please. And did you take our premium service, Espesta? Or are you just, it's okay to be on a standard, believe me, but did you take the premium service? Or do you know? All right. Here's one thing I'm going to show you right off because I don't think you're not going to see that in those videos. Okay. So please listen carefully and follow what I do. And please tell me you're not on a Mac. Okay. That's the other thing. You're not on a Mac, are you? Okay, good. All right. So click on new from the toolbar. I'm assuming you can see exactly what I'm doing, right? So click on new from the toolbar. And when you do that, I have three. Now, don't worry about all this. I'm on a development version of the product, so that's why I've got all these extra options down here. But premium, I have three that start off with premium AI. Click on premium AI strategy trades window. Can you see that? See what I'm pointing at? Okay. So that's the first thing. So you should see a window that looks something like this. Now, the first thing to do is you see where it says filter, and there's a little down arrow. More than likely, profitable trades is checked. See how some of the trades disappear? Uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. The first thing is I want to see the alerts all day long anyway. Sometimes maybe the AI gives you an alert price. Maybe it drops down below it, and maybe that's a better entry area. But more importantly, you see this reentry price column, which I think you do have. It is part of the default now. This a lot of people will just do the reentries. That's it. They don't care about the first alert. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but for instance, here's JZXN. So how do you get that reentry? So JZXN, the alert was at 230, but it hit the stop. It hit the stop at 223. So I mean, if you had taken it the first time and you obeyed your stop, you would have got stopped out. Okay. But then what happened is it got halfway between, not hard to do in a stock like this. It did get halfway between that original alert price of 230 and the exit of 223, which is 227. You will get an alert for that. You could have waited on that. And then from 227, look what it did. I mean, before it pulled back, big pullback, it got up to 324. I mean, I'm not saying this would have been super easy to trade, but that was pretty awesome. Okay. They're not all going to do that. Okay. But a lot of people just wait for re-entry prices. I'm not saying you should, but sometimes the AI is just a little early on an alert. And so you can wait for a re-entry. Now, notice that some of these others did not trigger a re-entry because they have to hit the stop and then come halfway between the original alert price. This was a re-entry. I am not so, I mean, look, as a short for a stock that has 590,000 shares in the float, I would ask the company not to generate short opportunities for something like this. But it is what it is. Some don't mind. So you had a reentry at 414. Now it's at 424 now. Remember, this is a short, so at this point it's not working. But who knows? Later on in the day, if you have shorts available for a stock like this, and you don't mind shorting a stock that has that amount, that float, and I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to anybody watching this. Now, what you should do is also, so you don't have to do the same thing every like on Monday when you load trade ideas. Make sure you incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. In other words, uncheck the profitable trades and even load it. The other thing is that the earliest you'll get an alert is at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest, and that is by design. Okay, does not you're not getting anything in the pre-market or post-market. So just keep this, make this part of your layout Monday morning. As long as you open before 9:40, it'll be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, I don't know if you saw that. I am sharing a lot of scans and races. I might as well go over this race. It's only 10:48, so I may as well just go over this race and the concept. I mean, look at this. Let's call it what it is, guys. It's nonsense. Something comes out, market tanks 753. I mean, that's in the old days, let's say 2 years ago, a SPY move intraday of five points was a big deal. A big deal. I mean, we take it for granted now. So here we have, within a 5-minute period, no, not just a day, goes from 753 down to 748. We take these for granted now, and then right back up. So you don't think a lot of money was made on this? So I am going to go over this race right now, the concept of racing and why I think it's could be a great idea for some of you, especially if you're new to trading. But even if you have a lot of trading experience, and you, as a swing trader, you might want to pay attention to this race here. Okay, this is a large cap race. It might be a little more. Well, it's definitely going to be less volatile. Okay. So let's take a look at this race, though. This biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a volatile race. Before I do that, though, I will put my homepage link in. And so how I'm going to show you in the guide. So people who are interested in the racing and the concept of it, just click on my homepage link. Scroll down to the education section. And at the top here is the user guide. Click on the user guide. And right here, TI Stock Racing, part of the standard service, okay? TI Stock Racing. So there's your guide for it, everything I'm going to talk about. So what does that 6.8% mean? ZXN is leading this race right now, 8.48%. And you can see, obviously, it's fluctuating up 10%. So what does that mean? Well, first of all, click on it. Okay, you see something that's leading a race, click on it. And, you can see that green bar right there. That meant that since the race started, I'm running a 4-minute race. All this is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. Since the race started, 1 minute and 15 seconds ago, this has moved. And you can see how, volatile it is. And now it's not even leading the race anymore. Okay. That's how volatile that one is. You can see exactly what happens. See a red bar showing up. But let's pretend, that it kept moving a little higher. You would have seen this at the top, leading the race. But now this one is leading the race. Click on it, see what's happening. SUNE, not bad. I mean, it's leading a race. It's at the high of the day. And you can see how that, the percentage moves. So what the race looks at, all it cares about is what stock is leading the race, and it'll be at the top of the leaderboard. And that's what these numbers refer to. Okay, so in the top position, GMM won 12 races today. JZXN won 8 races, etc., all the way down. Automatically for you is a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over, of course, to click on the symbol. You see it leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, look at that move, okay? But we saw it right here, 270. So there's a 20 cent move already. This is day trading at its finest, okay? But you don't have to just click on those ones. Anything you see here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. This could be interesting. ALXO, it's on the upswing. It's over the whole number of 2. The next high looking left, in fact, this is looking pretty good. Next high looking left is around 242. So there's room for it to move before it hits that next high. And I'm not saying it's going to hit that next high, but it becomes something that could be interesting. Okay. Not everything you see here is going to be as interesting. A stock that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at the CRE. We saw that massive pop and now the drop, but you never know. Later on in the day, maybe if it takes up the VWAP, that purple line, maybe it moves again, or maybe it doesn't do anything for the rest of the day. We don't know. That's why, we've got a easy to put price alerts. If I'm going to put a price alert on CRE, that purple line might be hard to see, but it is 332 or so. So I'm going to put a price alert. I'm moving that dotted line. So I'm going to right click now, create the price alert at 340. If that's the price I want, I just say save, and that's it. Typically intraday, I don't put any notes. And so there'll be a blue line on my chart. And if it hits that price, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. It's going to let me know that it hit the price. Okay. So, but why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? William, there's your SECZ. Didn't go to 0. But why are these stocks here? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the body of the race, open the top list. So there's a pretty big list of stocks here. I've capped, I don't know if there are 50 in here. I've capped it off at 50. Okay. I've just said I only want to see the top 50. But again, why are these stocks here? So if I right click in this top list window and click on configure, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $150, 200,000 shares minimum are traded, and they got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show, the top 50 will show up in this list. Okay. So that's why they're here. Number one. Number two, I have sorted how a top list is. Before we had the concept of racing, person will use a top list in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you had the column header, and that C% represents the change from yesterday's close. So I've double left clicked and I've sorted on it. So NVDA is up 98% from yesterday's close. JZXN 96%, etc., all the way down this list. If I wanted to see the stocks that are traded them are changed the most since its opening trade of the day, NVDA is still leading the way, and JZXN is second. They don't all have to be like that, but that, so as long you can sort on any column header you may have. So that's why so I've sorted on the change from the close. So how the race works is this. Now, because these stocks are so active, they'll probably be active all day long. These two at the top here, Look at the relative volume, 108 times normal, 117 times normal relative volume. You're gonna see these probably all day long. That's why these stocks will probably end up winning a lot more races. But what the race does, it doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race starts, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks. So it could be some later on in the day, I don't know, EVH, it's up 3%. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it was up 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list? You'd never know that, right? If you're just trying to stare at a list of stocks. But that's what the race does for you. Doesn't care where it is. It just cares what's moving the most. Okay, percentage-wise. And notice, if I right-click in this top list window, launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch a race on it. You can even, some of you might have a watch list or a symbol list. We call them symbol lists, a watch list. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to watch every day. You can create that list and then attach it to the top list window and then run the race just on those stocks all day long. Or it could be a different group of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work and you say, you know what? I want to follow these 20 or 30 stocks tomorrow. And you just, so you attach those stocks to the top list window and launch the race on it. A lot of ways to use it. Now, this race, quite different. Right click, open the top list. Look how few stocks there are compared to this list. Now, this does not mean these are the only stocks for the whole day, okay? In fact, if I talk long enough, we might lose one. We may get a few coming in. But why so few? All about the filters. If I right-click, configure, click on the summary. So in this case, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The volume still has to be at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters right here, these are the filters that are preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. The market cap has to be at least $500 million. Float has to be at least 50 million. And this one right here, the position in the day's range. So what I'm looking for, I have a min of 95. If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock basically is at the high of the day. A daily candle, it's right at the high of the daily candle. So at 95, it's going to be pretty close. So you see how the list just expanded. Why? Because what happened is some stocks started to meet the filter requirement. I don't know which one it met, but this is, so what I'm really trying to say is this is not a static list all day long. So let's look at Hog. I think Hog just got added. Probably it's because it is in that 95. Okay. But the minute a stock, if all of a sudden Hog dropped, it'll drop off this list. So the reason why I think this is, I hate to use the term easier to trade, but it's not as volatile as these. I mean, these stocks can go up and down in a blink of an eye, up, down a couple of dollars, just like that. These are a little more steady, just because of the fact that it's a larger market cap and a larger float. They're not as volatile. So for those of you new to trading, this is probably a better thing to watch, even though these are, way more exciting. You're not going to get stocks. I'm not saying it doesn't happen at all, but you can see right off the bat that, this stock has moved 0.18%, and these are, generally you're going to see the top stock, certainly maybe 4 or 5 or 6, even 10, sometimes 20%. You will get some in here at 1%, but it's, it's not that common. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade though. It just means they're a little more steady. Okay. So I'm talking in general for somebody like you who's used to trading, probably I don't know what you were trading in swing trades, but maybe stocks that are a little more predictable, you might, and it creates a top 10 list for you also. So, here's TAL as an example. This is one of those China education stocks. I mean, this might be turning into a short because look at this, it's up and it's it's at there's the VWAP, but it's starting to break down below the VWAP. You know, you can an argument could be made that if it gets below that low right there, 1037, that might be an interesting short. So just because these were strong stocks doesn't mean they're going to be strong all day long. But you'll never know until you click on the symbol. All depends also on the time frames you're using. I mean, for me, intraday, I'm using a 5 and a 15. And I'm not telling everybody I'm not telling people that that's what you should use. You know, that's what I'm comfortable with. Some of you want to have a 2-minute chart and a 5-minute chart. Some of you might only have a 1-minute chart. It's up to you. Whatever makes sense to you. And as long as, you can make money doing it, you can go ahead. I would never say, well, no, everybody should be using a 5 and a 15-minute chart. And the reason I have a daily and a weekly and a monthly, even as an intraday trader, because a lot of the stocks that I see are going to be near the high of the day, or if I'm shorting, near the low of the day. So I want to look left on the daily chart to see, okay, this stock is already maybe near the high of the day. Where is the next high on a daily chart? And if it's far enough away, then it becomes a candidate to trade. But for instance, if I look at this one, had it been up here at 1060, and I'm looking left, and the next high is 1073, that's too close for me. Okay, because I look at that and I think, well, if I took this trade at 1060, and if I think it could stall at 1070, it's not enough for me. If I could look left and the next high was say over 11, okay, it becomes a little more tradable for me. It's all about where your stop is. Because let's obviously not every trade is going to work, so you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So I'll just make up some numbers. If I looked at a stock and I said, okay, if this doesn't work, I'm going to take myself out of the trade. Let's just say it happened to be 10 cents below where I'm in. I have to be able to look left and see that it could. I had a decent probability of it moving at least 20 cents. I'm just trying to make the math simple. And how would I do that? Well, if I look left and the next high was say at least 20 cents away, then okay, it's the most marginal trade I'll take. Because I say to myself, okay, I'm willing to risk 10 cents in order to maybe make 20 cents, a 1 for 2. Obviously, the more, I mean, if the next high had been 40 cents away or 50 cents away, it becomes even more viable for me to take the trade. But if the next high, if I see my stop, if I put my stop 10 cents away, and it's not because every stop is 10 cents away, and the way I trade anyway, I look at a chart and I say, okay, I want it to hold this level. If it doesn't hold this level, then I'm going to be out of the trade. That level could be 20 cents away, could be 25 cents away, could be 17 cents away. So if that were the case, and I look left and the next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents, if that makes sense. That's all about money management. It's a lot to take in, but that's so critical to trading. Money management. You can't hope and pray is not a strategy. Hoping and praying that you get into something and then it comes and it moves down on you, and you hope and pray that it's going to come back. Better to have a stop, get out of the trade with a manageable loss. Maybe I'll do that now. It's kind of boring right now for me, so I'll do that right now. Just demonstrate. Because we have a simulator. Okay, we have a simulator that people can use, part of the standard service. And it uses our real-time data. It's called Brokerage Plus. Now, I'm going to get an error message. You won't. Oh, not this time. Okay. So here's how it works. Now, this is all in a simulator. Okay, this is something I must have done a long time ago. But in fact, let me get rid of them. Okay. So in order to connect to the simulator, and don't worry about all this. I mean, this is just something I was in the simulator, probably showing people how to trade. I never got out of, never got out of the trade. So don't don't worry about all this. But how to connect to the simulator. So when you load Brokers Plus, click on New from the toolbar, Brokers Plus. So this is the window that something like this should pop open. You might have different column headers and all, but next step, it may say not connected in this box here, right here, okay? Not connected. If it does say not connected, then go to Brokers up here, Brokers, and TI Paper Trading and connect. So now you're in our paper trading. Now, when I click on a symbol, so I click on a symbol, SUNE, see how it loaded in here? So if I thought, you know what, I like SUNE, I got a trader right now. I'm not looking at anything. I'm just going to use this as an example, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. This is a drop down. You can pick exactly how many shares you want. I am going to buy it, or I'm going to go right at the ask. Okay, it's not the worst spread in the world. Right. Problem is, this is what I'm talking about with this little error message that I get. You will not get that. I wish the company would get rid of this. Just give me a moment. Okay, again, don't worry about that. Ignore it. I'm on a development version, and how I had to elongate this because you have to see the send. Okay, and I wish the company would get rid of that, but oh well. So I want to buy it. I'm going to go in at the market. It's a 2-cent spread, so I'm going to buy it, and then I send it. Okay, so now I'm in this trade. My entry was 312. I'm going to put my stop. Now, remember, I would know this ahead of time. Not like I'm not doing this after the fact. Before I would take the trade, I would know that that is my stop. Again, I'm not saying this is, I'm just using this as for demonstration purposes, okay? So you can see there's a red line on my weekly chart and the daily chart. It says minus 100. So if I allowed it to go down to a 292, and I took myself out of the trade there, I'd have a $100 loss, okay? That's why I took 500 shares, again, to make the math simple. I'm going to stretch this out again. So here's a couple of things. The way I trade is I try to keep how much I'm willing should have taken this trade for real. I risk about the same amount every trade. So what do I mean by risk the same amount every trade? They're not all going to work. So where am I going to get out? Okay, I've determined how much, where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? But how much am I actually wanting to risk on the trade dollar-wise? So in this particular case, I'm risking $100, and in the simulator, I demonstrate risking $100 every trade. So, everybody's account size is different. If you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. But I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So, whether that's $500 or whatever that, it doesn't matter what my account size is. But in this particular case, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. I'm not going to go into the next trade and say, well, you know what, I'm going to risk $200 the next trade. I'm going to risk $500 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. That determines how many shares I'm going to take. I'm not taking 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. How many shares I take is determined on where my stop is. So if my stop, I'm just trying to make the math super simple. If my stop is 20 cents away and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, simple math, 500 shares, if I lose, 500 times 20 cents is $100. That's how it works. If my stop had been 10 cents away and I'm willing to risk $100, I could take 1,000 shares. Okay, that's how it works. You can create an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do that. That can point, your cell pointer points to how much you're willing to risk every dollar amount, and you could input your entry price and your stop, and that'll give you a calculation of how many shares you should take. Now, you don't get overwhelmed by it. I mean, if it comes out that you should take 108 shares and you end up taking 120, it's not the end of the world, okay, or 100. But it gives you an idea about how many shares you should take, okay? So that's number one. How do you know you're using the paper account? It'll say paper trading, or Jen, somebody in our YouTube room. It'll say paper trading. When you click on brokers, you just have to select TI paper trading and connect. And then right there in that box, it'll say paper trading. Okay? That's how you know. Now, the next thing, if you cannot make money in a simulator, and our simulator is using our real-time data, but there is spread issues, slippage, things like that. So the fact that, in a simulator, you want to get out at a certain price, but you may not really be able to get out of that price in real world, because maybe the stock, and especially if it's one of these volatile stocks, it could move on you a little bit. But, let's just pretend that it's not happening, because what I want to really demonstrate now is, okay, I put a stop in here at 290. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you're connected to your live account, okay? Just forget about it, because in the simulator, there's no pressure. If I lose money on this trade, oh, well, it's just paper money. It doesn't really count. But if you cannot but you should treat it like it is real money, because if you can't make money in the simulator, how do you expect to make money when you connect to your live account and all of a sudden you see your P&L whipping up and down? Okay, It's a lot different game. So some of you, and if somebody's going to say, well, how long is that going to take before I can make money in a simulator? Well, who knows? It depends on what you're trying to trade, how disciplined you are. And here's where the discipline comes in. So the fact that I put a stop in at 290, okay, stop price should be here somewhere. It isn't. That's a column I should add. But the fact that I put a stop price in at 290, sure, in the simulator, easy enough to obey. But I'll guarantee that when you start trading, you get into a trade like this. I'm just using this as an example. You get in to the trade and it starts to work a little bit, or it doesn't start to work. But you know what? The whole room is talking about it. And there was great news for the company. Everything seemed to point to how could this possibly lose? So what happens is you do this. It starts to go down to your stop and you say, you know what? It's going to come back. So you disobey that 290 stop or 292 stop that I put in. Okay, you disobey it because you've convinced yourself that it will come back. So it goes down below 290 and 292, and now we're at 282. So now you're down $200 or whatever, and now it keeps going down 270, and you're still stubborn because you know it's going to come back. No one quotes it's going to come back. Finally, maybe it's down to 250, and you say, "Oh man, I got to get out of this." Now you're down 500 shares or $500, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Why did I not obey my stop? Could have got out with a nice manageable loss of $100. You can always get back into a trade. Maybe it sets up again the same way. Maybe you were early, you know, in a stock like this. But if you're trading a larger cap stock that maybe tracks the market a little bit more, and all of a sudden this happens to the market, you can't control that. Okay, you can't control that the market was going to do that. So you should get out. But it's a large cap stock, and maybe it follows the market. Get out. It doesn't mean that your trade was bad to get in. It's just that you can't control this. You out of nowhere, we had this giant bar down, right? You can't control that, but get out of the trade. Take that manageable loss, and maybe it sets up again for you that same trade later on. Okay? Commissions are next to nothing. But that's not in the old days. Yeah, I don't know how to use it either, ProGem Money Machine. Okay, I freely admit. Okay, your best bet. I mean, Andy is going to be there in about 45 minutes. He may give you a little more insight on using the money machine. So now, almost as bad, though, almost as bad is not obeying your stop. You're down a lot and you keep convincing yourself it's going to come back, and it does come back for you. Okay, it does. And then you congratulate yourself. Yeah, I knew it would do that. And can that happen? Of course it can. But I'm telling you that for all the times that that might happen, you might get 10 that don't. Okay. And that can destroy your account. Okay. So all I'm saying is obey your stop, get out of the trade, and then you can always get back in. Your commission, what you're paying on commission is next to nothing. Some of you have a free commission base, so that's not a reason. In the old days, when you were paying, depending on how much money you put into the trade, you could be paying three, four, $500 a trade, in and out. I don't think people were day trading in those days. Okay, now managing your trade. So look at this. Right now, I'm up 100. Right now, I'm up $105 in this trade. Okay. And the max I was up was 120, and right at the max again because it's right at the high of the day. Okay, that's what that's trying to tell you. So what I would, what you don't want to see happen. I mean, if you're up, $120, and depending on your account size and all. I mean, it only took 500 shares, but you're up $120. What you don't want to happen is all of a sudden that disappear, and now you're, only up like $10, or even worse, you're taking a loss. So this can give you what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to flatten the trade. I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. So I'm out of the trade now. Where is the no? Oh, hide zero position. I want to see the positions. Okay. So why I want to see that is because the max P&L and the distance from the exit price are going to give you a little bit of an idea about how good are your exits. Okay. So the max P&L, what that means is that if I'd got out right at the top penny when I still had my entire position, I would have made $130. The fact that I made 120 is that's not bad. Nobody expects to get out right at the top penny. But the distance from the exit price is going to tell you, well, how good was your exit? What you'd want to see is a nice negative number, which would tell you, okay, where I got out is way below. It's right now that price is way below where I got out. Now in this case, it's 10 cents above. Now if that number turned into $1 or $2, you'd say to yourself, wow, I left a lot on the table. Okay. So it's an interesting gauge just to show you how good are your exits. The worst thing though is to allow a nice big gain to turn into a puny one, or even worse, negative on you. Okay. So again, it's a good little gauge. And you can practice swing trading in here too. If I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. So if you want to practice swing trading, you can still do that. So if this is not a good example, I would never hold this to swing, but it's a larger cap stock or something. You have a little more comfort. You have a comfort level in it. You could say to yourself, yeah, it has room to keep moving. Hold it. So you can practice swing trading in the simulator also. So I will just so listen on the I'll get a video for you. Okay. Just give me a moment, okay, Pro Jam. I know Chris did a video on the money machine, so let me ask him if there's something that he would call how to use the money machine vid. Do you have something like that, Chris? I'm asking Chris Varley, okay? I know Chris has done a couple of videos on them, so okay. If I'm just waiting for an answer, and if he gives it to me, I'll pop the link in for you, Pro Jam, okay? So there's only the old ones, okay. Hmm. Well, I mean, you can take a look at this, okay? But Chris says these are kind of old, but at least to give you the general idea. The reason I cannot demonstrate using the money machine requires, I have to stare at it all day long. You're in and out of trades very quickly, and I can't do that and do all this, and it will never be my style of trading anyway, to be honest. So, what alert should you use when a stock breaks a new daily high? Just a new high alert. Just a new high alert. This one right here. Right click, configure, search. Right at the very top, new high. That's a new high of the day. So that's your alert. Okay. And if you want a new low of the day, but that's the most, well, you can see why. These two are the most popular real-time alerts that we've got. That's why they're the top. They're right at the top here. Okay. I'm just answering Bamba in our YouTube room. So, I mean, you create your scan with your price range you want and minimum volume and all that sort of stuff. And then then your trigger will be that real-time alert, the new high of the day. Ah, doggone it, I missed one here from the reversal scan, the CCXI. I sort of saw it. I glanced at it, but I didn't examine it enough. It was a short opportunity at 1570 before it pulled up, and went down to 1525. This is kind of this weird kind of blank check company, and there were a lot of shares available to short 7 million at Interactive Brokers. Well, you see, I could have got stubborn about EQT. This is what EQPT. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Excuse me. I took this trade earlier. I did not want to hold on to it though. If it broke down through 19, and as it got close to 19, I got out. I could have got stubborn and said, you know what, it's going to come back. So all of a sudden, this trade I'm in at 1904 is now down at 1819. Now, did it pop up again? Yeah, but believe me, I'd be sweating if I had held on to that. So just get out with a nice manageable loss. Maybe it sets up later on the day for me. Oh, that I don't know about trading. Remember, the simulator will take any trade. It doesn't, it doesn't look at a broker, at your broker's account, of course. So I don't know if SUNE was tradable at Interactive Brokers or Fidelity or TradeStation. I really don't know. And for those don't know what we're talking about, so this has happened. This has happened now in the last I don't know, year or so, where the brokers are saying, for these volatile stocks, we're not going to let you trade them at all. Some brokers allow you to make like a phone call to them or an online chat that you sort of kind of either verbally or I guess sign some kind of a waiver saying, you know what, we understand the risks, so don't block me from trading them. I mean, I'm something like that. Interactive brokers, nope, they don't allow it at all. There's no waiver. Jessica, you say you still struggle with Schwab and TOS on entering a trade quickly. And well, listen, if it's a, I don't use hotkeys. Okay, I've interactive brokers. I know there's a way I could. I don't. Never really struggled in my, but I mean, if it's a stock, if you're talking about a stock that is moving like, five 5 cents in a half a second, it can be, but I wouldn't beat yourself up about it. For me, interactive brokers, maybe I'm just so used to it. I've had it for 10 years. I'm so used to it. I've never really said, man, it's not taking the trade quickly enough. I've never felt that way, but I cannot speak for you and Schwab. So in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. Andy is going to take over. Andy from Trade Ideas is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. That I cannot help you with, Jessica, in terms of an easier way to use Thinkorswim. I cannot help you with that because I've never had it, not available in Canada. So, I cannot help you with that. So, okay. So the question in our YouTube room is way to show the link between Trade Ideas and TradeStation. So now there's two ways to approach this. Okay. Now, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus, that screen I had before, and to trade from within Trade Ideas and have it linked to TradeStation? Or see, we have an external linking tool. How I trade, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. So I click on Tools and External Linking. And notice I have a link established with Interactive Brokers right here. So what that means for me is when I click on a symbol, I'll click on REZI, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So that is one idea of linking. Okay. Now, if you're talking about using, just give me a moment. If you're talking about using which I do not use, okay, just give me a moment. So we do link with several brokers. We do link with Interactive Brokers. Okay. We link with TradeStation. We link with E-Trade. We link with Alpaca. Linking meaning that if you set up the link and you connect it, then you can use this window if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you want to, you don't have to. I want to say that I want to emphasize this because I think people get the wrong idea. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that we have a nice little linking tool that it just demonstrated. If you're clicking on it, if you're looking at a lot of different symbols all day long, it's a lot easier rather than my having to click on or type the symbol in, SUNE into my order entry. I can click on it and it goes into my order entry, into my broker. Okay. So it just may for somebody like myself who is really clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain. But if I were maybe more of a swing trader and I'm just looking at, 10 symbols all day long, well, it's not the biggest deal in the world just to have to type them in. All I'm saying is that Trader is a scanner, first and foremost. But we do link with many brokers. No, Thinkorswim is not one of the ones. Okay. It's not that we don't want to, but Thinkorswim doesn't want to work with us at all. It's their API or whatever, and so they don't want to work with us. So, but you can use the external linking tool to link to Thinkorswim. Yes, it's just if you're talking about using it here, no. So, in order to link, then with TradeStation, you would connect. Yeah, I don't have TradeStation. Again, I in Canada, kind of limited, though I love Interactive Brokers. I mean, I have to tell you, I do love Interactive Brokers. I've had no problems, 10 years with the product. Now, there's probably I want to see if they've done a video on TradeStation. Because you have to select the right port and all of that. So let me see. Is there a vid? I'm asking Chris. Give me a moment. Okay, so I'm okay, guys. I'm going to have to take off for about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, I will be back. I will be back. Okay, guys, I apologize. I am back. Some of you may know we have a pet that sometimes requires immediate attention, so I get taken away for a bit. So anyway, um, where was I? So I have a video. Okay, for as far as alpaca, or sorry, trade station goes, this is a video that Chris did. So okay, you're currently trying to find a good paid real-time scanner for momentum stocks. Well, I think we're the best. So, all depends on what you're looking for. Momentum stocks. I mean, we've got, you can create your own scanner for momentum stocks or real time. You want a new 5 minute highs, 10 minute highs, new high of the day, lows. I mean, we've got it all as far as momentum stocks goes. It's up to you to create the scan. I mean, I can give you like a template of something you might want to use. I mean, I know you're not a subscriber yet, but for instance, what time is it now? 11:46. I've got to hurry a little bit. Are you asking me? I'm sorry. Are you asking me if I use trade ideas? Of course. I, of course. I am. That's why you're in a trade ideas trading room. So yes. No, I technically I don't work for trade ideas. I'm contracted. I'm in Canada, so I'm not a in theory, I'm not an employee, but I mean, I've been doing this since 2016 for trade ideas, just showing my screen and talking to people. So yes, that's all I use. Yeah, he's kidding. That's all I use. I only use trade ideas. But here's an example. I just loaded it. Okay, just show you. I mean, here's an example of a momentum scan. I mean, you can and so I'm looking for new high of the day, new low of the day, pre-market highs, post-market lows. Okay, these are all the triggers, the real-time alerts you'd get, and so stocks between $1 and $40. The current volume is at least 25. It's going to be really having to be trading abnormally. 100,000 shares minimum, and the float is no more than 75 million. This is an example. You can create your own filters, though. You might want a different price range. More volume. Remember, now that's the minimum volume. Maybe you don't care about the float, I mean, but it's all customizable. But it's all real time moment, and like this would be an example. That's why I call it Momo. Okay, so yes, I mean that's what we're really good at. Now, how you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. Not every alert you get is going to be necessarily tradable, but it's at least it's going to identify the stocks that meet your filter requirements. So now look at the give me a moment as I look at Brokerage Plus now, because now we're going to see that. So the distance from the exit price now is 20 cents away. So on a $3 stock, I mean, you're leaving, but at one point, wow, I mean, at one point, remember, I got in at this is in the simulator, 312, and before it pulled back, got up to 380. Should have taken that trade for real, not just in the simulator. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just catching up on the posts in YouTube right now. And by the way, who asked that question earlier? You're not interrupting, okay? JN, you're not interrupting as far as asking about trade station and all of that. You're not interrupting. That's why I'm here. Is the top of the risk bar a resistance level or a profit target? I'm not sure I know what you mean. The top of the risk bar. Are you talking about, which I don't use, but let's just, are you talking about this? Show smart risk levels? Is that what you're talking about? The top would be, in theory, a target, okay? But okay, it's, take it for what it is though. All it is double the risk. So what they're saying here with SUNE, they're saying if you took this trade at 374 and your stop was it's hard, it's really hard to see. Actually, the dotted line helps. So if you took the trade, let me do another one because this is moving pretty quickly. Take Levi. Levi had earnings yesterday. Okay, so what they're doing is they're saying, okay, if you took this trade right here at 24.37, you could put a stop down here at 23.88. It's smart stop. It's developed by the. You don't have to do that, of course, but maybe if you're brand new, it's something to think about. And all that target is, it's just double the difference between the entry and the stop. So let's just say I'll make 60 cents. So the target would be $1.20 away. Does that mean that if it got up to $1.20 away from your original, if you got lucky, not lucky enough, but if it worked that well, that you get out of the trade? No. I mean, if it's still working, you just keep in the trade. Does that make sense? But it's not a resistance here. I mean, there's no real science behind it. It's just doubling the difference between, because a lot of people, when they trade, like myself included, I won't take a trade unless I feel like having a realistic shot at making a 1 for 2, risking 10 cents to make 20 cents, risking $1 to make $2, etc. A realistic shot. And the only way I can do that is by looking left and seeing if the next high in a daily chart is far enough away for me, or there's no simple or the SMA 200 is not close. The VWAP on top is not close. Things like that. Well, it just makes it easier to have one. So you load this in the pre-market. You load this in the pre-market, and it's going to work in the pre-market, and it'll continue to work when the market at the 9:30 to 4, and then it'll keep working for you post-market. So I mean, you could do 4 separate, but why not combine them all into one? I mean, you could do 4 separate, but I would, because you'll know what alert is, what the alert. I mean, obviously, when you're in the pre-market up until 9:30, it'll, if you have this, you'll see the icon here, the type. So it would tell you. Let's see what I. Okay, yeah, and as DF is saying, it would say real estate instead of having all the different little alert windows dotted around. Why not just combine it? You're not going to get overlapping alerts. If that, you're only going to, you'll get the pre-market alert, then the 9:30 to 4 o'clock alert, and then the post-market alert if you want. Now you can delete. You don't have to. You can delete the alerts that you don't want. Delete as in this. If I decided, you know what, I don't care about the pre-market, you just go here and you uncheck whatever you don't want. But I think it's a good idea. I mean, to have them all in one if you want. All right, guys. Well, 11:56. I better get prepared for my break. I take a break between 12 and 1. So get rid of that message. Just give me a moment. So on a break. Not quite yet. Just waiting for Andy to take over for me in our YouTube room. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. And good idea to stick around if you're in YouTube because we all have different styles. So Andy is another trader of trade ideas. He doesn't do what I like this, but one of the other traders takes over for me between 12 and 1, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. The CEO of Trade Ideas starts his own stream at 12 to 1. But they all have different trading styles, okay? And they're way more swing trading than I am. Doesn't take much because I'm not a swing trader at all, but so bottom line, it's a good idea to hang around because you'll get an idea there are different styles of trading. So there's the link to YouTube. Just waiting for Andy to show up. And Chris says, so as far as TradeStation is concerned, there's nothing special about external linking to a TradeStation. Okay, it's a pretty simple process. If I walk through this, you click on the external linking tool, you add the link. If I wanted to go add link, then basically here's my pointer. This is what I do for Interactive Brokers. So you'd probably put your pointer right into the TradeStation order entry box, and then click down, hit the shift key, and that'll select it, and then you're linked. I heard a little pop. That means Andy is in our YouTube room, guys. So I will see you in the main room in about 1 hour. And now, well, Andy, you've got the Swedish background. I've got the Icelandic background. So go Norway tomorrow, right?
That's right, man. What time do they play?
That I don't know. It's Saturday. Saturday tomorrow. I don't actually know what time they play, but I think it might. I want to say noon my time, but I might be wrong. Might be wrong. But you know what? There's plenty of information out there that can tell.
Oh yes.
So
just a quick.
Now I have mixed emotions because I really am going for England. I really am going for England. Here you go, noon TD. So I can't lose. I actually can't lose. It's great watching a game like that where I can't really lose, cheering for both teams. So
yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's
nice.
It's tough. You always have one little. Your stomach will tell you once they start playing. It's going to be England. I know. I can tell by the way you talk. But
yeah. It's definitely England. It's definitely England. And I just feel so badly for them. 1966, they created. We talked about this on Tuesday. They create golf, tennis, cricket, rugby, and and soccer or football. And yet, they. Look at all the things they did for
that's
the world.
crazy, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, my friend, I'll let you go. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Enjoy your break, buddy. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is Andy, and I'll be taking you through the next hour. And if you have any questions about the software, just fire away in the YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best to get it answered. And see Trader 77 in there. How you doing? Uh, Pro Gym. I don't know. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you might be. So yeah, let's talk stocks. Let's talk markets. Crazy action today, but I've been actually navigating it very well lately. I don't it's just weird. I'm actually navigating it better than I did during the run up we had in the in the market. Probably because I've been playing a lot of China stocks. Been catching a nice bottom. Some of these things, just KC, just has these credible, you know, 10% moves and followed by a 6 or 7% move. Of course, Baba, and that's had a nice move. Want it to hold on today. I do not. I definitely want it to finish up. I do not want to see that finish down today. Probably a decent buy there, but just go over my trades real quick. This was the top I picked. This ABTC, extremely oversold, and you had the little inside doji yesterday right there. That's typically a sign of a potential sign for a reversal. And you basically had, going back to this day right here, the 17th. I'm not sure exactly how many candles that is. I think it's around 17 candles, but anyway, maybe more than that. So you do have your first bar reversal today. Now, it frustrated out of the gates, but it probably shook a lot of people out. And now it's back over that 2-day high there. So hopefully this one can get going. Baba, I've been in for a long time. You guys can see around 94, 90. GDS is one that I've been in for a few days. Thought it may get a go, pause, go today on this thing. I guess we still could. I don't feel it, but definitely one that can get going. Uh, China play. They're actually a data center, one of the biggest ones in China, if not the biggest. They have several data centers. So, and I know China's big on AI and things like that. So, take a little bet on GDS. I actually added it this morning on the drive down. This morning, let's see. Can't tell the difference when these days. So I guess it was right there. Yeah, on that drive down this morning. JKS, I'm just, China's hot. This one is definitely extremely oversold as well. Shook that $15 level, but this is definitely a crap shot. China, these solars are just different animal, but I got a decent price. So see if I can catch that. Talked about KC. Symbiotic, I've been in. I had a nice move. Just feel like it's bottoming. I had a nice move over here. It was called on the eye, I believe, somewhere right in here. Had a nice move there. Took some profits and got back in. I believe on this day, maybe on that day. Yeah, yes, this day right here. And Tesla, I just bought a little bit yesterday, added to it today. Just trying to get back above that 50 period moving average. It's kind of in no man's land, so not a lot of size here. But other than that, I did just buy some time TME. This is one. I got another order in to buy, but let me just cancel that. So I can talk about that. Just yeah, this is one it's been. They did an acquisition and is trying to get back above the 50 right here. So this one is one that I won't keep long. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go. I did have another order to add more out there. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that too. There's no reason if it's not above the 50 to be adding to that position. Oh, too late. Got me. So might as well get it on here, huh? So anyway, let's take a quick look at the markets. A lot of back and forth lately, and makes it very difficult for swing trading for sure. We are above our moving averages, but we've been there before and we've come, back down. So it's hard to get on a Friday afternoon to get that hopeful, but that is it could go either way, honestly. I mean, right now I wouldn't want to be short, but I don't know how long I'd want to be. Let's take a look at the SPY. SPY actually looks better, holding up actually better. Never really broke its 50 period moving average. And IWM, I think, kind of looks the same. Yeah, it's above its 50, but just it's kind of a mess right now. Looking for direction. I can make an argument both ways, but I've noticed as far as the Qs go, it's uh, the big, let's call it the semis, are kind of what's been pushing things around. Now you got NVDA bumping up against its 50 period. Meta with a nice 2-day move. That's what I want to see Tesla do. Okay, you just like to see this thing creep higher. You're above that level, now just kind of build on that 28-cent base and just build from there. Okay, some things button up against me making noise. Yeah, the S&P has been holding up very well. It's hard to get too bearish this stock when you look at some of those numbers like you're talking about there, Trader 77. I also kind of remember on that down day we had in the market that, like, I guess it may have been on this day right here. It's like no stock closed below I mean, it's on a 52-week low in the whole S&P 500. So that's pretty good. That's pretty strong, because I guarantee you we had some closing on a 52-week high. Oh wow. So are we getting overbought, Trader 77? It's like it doesn't matter with these indices anymore because there's always rotation. You guys have noticed it was going back and forth between the semis and software. One day the semis would be strong, the software would be weak, and the next day semis would be getting crushed and software strong. It's like, yeah, what? It's just always constant rotation. And when you have constant rotation, of course, the S&P 500 makes up all the sectors, so it's like it never goes down. ABTC, you really got to get up there and just keep going. I typically, when you have something this sold and you finally get a bar reversal, you get a little more action than this. But maybe it's just the way the market makers are manipulating it. Actually, or just working it, I should say. Thoughts on precious metals and miners? Well, I always like to go to obviously gold and silver and see how they're holding up. And they're just kind of silvers. Boy, it's just in no man's land. Uh, you look at gold, kind of the same way. Now, longer term, we can take a look at the weekly, see what we're looking at. And yeah, you're below the weekly moving averages as well. So yeah, I mean, I can look at the GDX in the minors, but then you're seeing the same picture there. Yeah, they got slammed hard. It's that silver. This stuff's always been tricky for me. I mean, just think this thing was at 109 and it's been cut in half. So I guess one could argue we got a 50% retracement from if you use zero as your lower Fibonacci band. That's hard to do, but I guess you could theoretically. But yeah, no opinion. I traded some during this move, obviously, but I don't think since it broke, I don't think maybe one or two times but I haven't traded it in a while, months, at least 2 months. At Tesla Weekly, you can see it's having a hard time here at this level. Just every time it kind of pokes up, puts in a little wick and comes back down. So maybe next week will change, but it's definitely been stubborn. No reason to get loaded up on that thing until I guess one could argue till it gets above 450. And then of course, and then you're chasing. See, the nano nukes are still nanos and the quants are still having a tough time. Let's take a look at some of these weekly charts. Yeah, well, it's kind of the area that it broke out of. That's why I think I stuck a price alert there a while back. But yeah, no reason to go diving in now. That's for sure. Could definitely see an oversold bounce for if you like playing stuff like that, which I do sometimes. Mm-hmm. Sure did, JN. I got quants, nano nukes, uh, data centers. This APLD was a call, and I was in that yesterday. And luckily, I've known this what I'm doing in this market since we're not going anywhere. Okay, guys, I'm going to tell you this is kind of how I'm trading. Is one of the reasons I've been doing good lately. Is when I get when I buy something and I get a decent move, it doesn't have to be much either. I think I sold 75% of it. Here I kept 25%, and then I got stopped out of it this morning. You're seeing this over and over, and the semis have been the same way lately. It's I have found that the China over the last week has worked best for me. Yeah, IBM. I jumped in Oracle yesterday, and then kind of like I was saying, I scalped out most of it on that run. You know, and I kept some and tried to hang on. I got stopped out of the rest when it broke down below that 145 level. I wasn't too excited about it. If you look, well, just take it. You can actually look on the weekly here. Uh, it feels like it wants to go test these lows. So that's why I have a price alert right there. I would not be surprised if this stock, and I've seen this over and over again, if it does a major shakeout, shake out all the longs that are using this as their backstop. It's been in it for a while, and then you get a shakeout, and then you get a reversal. But don't assume that. You don't want to assume. I mean, sometimes I'll jump in with very, very small size when I see those shakeouts like that. Maybe a 25% position, uh, and then wait for the reversal, bar reversal after that to start adding. So a few things I did get stopped out of today. And most of the stuff I tried today, but just got stopped out of it. Let's take a look at some China stocks since they're the ones that's been performing over the last week. And there's your KC at the top of the list. And you're not seeing Baidu up there. Baidu's been on top of that list for a few days, but now, I mean, sorry, Baba. I got to get back on the daily here. But not looking to sell any of that. I think this thing is at least going to go to 120. The EV stocks have not been doing good. I gave NEO a try the other day, and I think right in here it failed me. Took a small loser, but set you alert maybe above right at $5 level. That's the key level for that thing. And it's no sense in trying to guess. Let's take a look at Baidu. Now, Baidu hasn't really popped that much. Baidu looks very similar to that GDS. PDD. Yeah, it had a nice move off ball. That was a nice, see that reversal day right there? I mean, I can't tell you how many times I'll go back and look at a stock, that's moved maybe for 6 to 8 months, and it's way up here, and you go back and look, and it started with a major green bar reversal like that. JD, I made these good money on JD too, and it kind of had the same thing right here. Nice little green bar reversal. So that should have been for K Web in that sector. When you see that, that should be your key, man. Hey, keep an eye on that. That's a very bullish reversal pattern. Can you give the sun chart on a 10-minute basis? A review. How would you describe the last 3 candles? All right, let's take a look. On a 10-minute basis. Well, it's a nice little pop there, that's for sure. Well, the first thing I see is a very, very bullish pattern, because what you don't have is there's Tesla going to highs. What you don't have is a bar reversal. And this is a good case study. All right. So so many scalpers get out of a trade too early. And when you have this kind of momentum, this kind of relative volume, you got the water spigot just turned up full blast, you typically will get these types of moves. And what a good rule is, wait for the bar reversal. It's like look at how many bars you had before it reversed, and it happened right there. That should have been your signal, and sure enough, it broke. Now, that doesn't mean this thing, I mean, you really don't have any resistance until you get up here till about 568. So this thing can turn and keep going. You could have a propeller wick here. You got one there and one there, and this can turn and just start ripping it in again. But if you are a scalper, that's a good place, maybe to exit. and then you can always look to get back in, because I imagine it's going to get pretty sloppy right now. It's typically what it does, after a major reversal like that on an intraday chart. But I bet you if I put in the 15-minute chart, you probably don't have one there either. Not at all. And technically, if you're looking at a 15-minute, you really don't even have a bar reversal now. So there's a lot of good traders out there that's probably still hanging on to this, and just saying, I'm not going to get out till I get that 15-minute bar reversal. Yeah, uh, yeah, this is one that could just, I'm hoping, just creep up all day. Uh, we'll see. Uh, I mean, basically, we're at a doji right now, but man, that's a lot of pin up selling. That just sold and sold and sold, and typically your relief bounce is going to be more than just a gap in a doji. But saying that I don't like Bitcoin, I'm just going to take a look at IBIT. Well, let's go ahead and pull up Bitcoin. And that is a 30-minute chart, which, it's pretty sloppy, but you got the nice little, 50 period moving average underneath that. It's a backstop. And let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. That's the one I like to look at for a daily basis. And really it doesn't look that bad. You got your 10 and your 50 both sloping. You got your 10 sloping above the 50. That's going, it's different than what you saw over here when it was going down. Now this is probably going to be, add support. Uh, it is in kind of a pivot level here, possibly. You can see right here, if I line this up, you can see a lot of pivot around the 64,000. So we'll see what happens, but it's it's been a booger. I mean, I was telling Steve the other day, because I looked at my P&L for the year and I was like, gosh, I can't believe I made money in IBIT, because this thing has been a mess. But right now, I wouldn't want to be short. And if I took on a short position up here at this, $64,000, it would be real tight, basically, 64.7. All right, let me get over here and take a look and see what there's going to be any follow through in this Tesla. It didn't quite go to highs. Let me stick that up there a little bit higher. I'm surprised Trader 77 is not loaded up on Tesla. Just kidding. It's been a nasty one to trade too. Yep, ABTC lost its bid. Tell you what, Intel sometimes just out of the blue just has a really nice run, even though, like on this day right here, when it popped. And of course, you got a $110 level, which is going to be probably a booger to get through. But I'm just saying that with NVIDIA strong, AMD strong, uh, that might not be a bad scalp. I don't know if I want to hold it just looking at that chart, but if it goes to highs, it could have a nice little $5 pop to it. But If IONQ does shake down to this level, I may take a little nibble on that. It's nice support there. And like I said, that was kind of the breakout that it had on volume on these days. Volumes, not a whole lot of volume on this down move. But I always hate buying it before, when you look back and you see there's no support really until this number right here. So I try to be patient when I see charts like that. USDE looks similar too. Yep. I probably won't add. This is when you're in a chart like this. Yeah, it's tough for me to add at highs because you're really just in no man's land still. So probably just keep what I have and see if it'll work. How about AXP? American Express, huh? I don't play these a lot. I mean, I know they can have some incredible moves, and it's not a bad looking chart. You kind of popped above these two highs, and you got that 10 period moving average. Uh, I don't know if it's going to do anything. No relative volume is probably just going to hang out, in my opinion. For a swing trade, I could see, you know, it's tough. Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's a lot of things I like about it, but then I see this candle when it went to highs and just these two ugly days right there afterwards. I actually tried Citigroup the other day, and got whacked. I didn't get whacked because I didn't have that much, but it was setting up right here, and then yeah, same thing as that American Express. It just got whacked. So I don't trade those a lot, but I think what I would do if I were you, just use that 10 period moving average because that's what it just popped above. Okay. And if it comes right back down, there's a good chance it's going to get slammed with another red candle. So tough one. Have a swing trading module? No, really. The only thing we have is I do the eye. This is my swing trade watcher that I put, and this is in our software. If you go to new, and go to docked window, dock channel bar, and you pull up show more and go to trader eye, you're going to see all the stocks in there. So not sure what I'm not sure what these numbers are. 184%. Something's not right. Anyway, you can kind of keep an eye on 'em. You can watch them in a race, or you can watch them in a top list. Uh, not a whole lot happening right now. CL, it's kind of messy. So there you have it. You can pull it up here every morning. It's going to have the swing trade watcher. You can look at the names in here that are in there, and I also do a video each morning that you can get from if you're on our email list, the Trader Eye. All right, time to go down. I don't see a whole lot happening today. I mean, taking a look, at the cues, it's definitely looking, more bullish, close to taking out a 5-day high there. And start some races. Let's do more of a big cap races real quick. Let's see. I think I have one called above all moving averages races, or bigger caps. See which ones. There's your meta. That was on there yesterday too, I believe. Only thing these are going to be extended. Croc's having a good day. Let's Vail Resorts. Yeah, let me drop that for you. We do have a good little linking in our user guide. It'll have all the brokers in there, including well, since you're looking for IB, I can just put in IB. Yep. Oh, you're looking you're looking for linking, not connecting. Okay. Let me just do external link, and that's the key word. And there's some videos in here. Be sure to watch the videos, because Chris will kind of take you through all of them. Well, let's see. TradeStation, TradingView. He probably talks about IB and the main one there. No, IB is Thinkorswim, right? No, not Thinkorswim. Shoot, what is it? TWS. Anyway, it's in there. I would just start with that first video, and he will. Right, TWS. It's TWS. I'm sure he discusses it in there. I would start with that first video, and it's probably just some basic linking. Right, Interactive Brokers. Their software is TWS, right? Traders Workstation. Let's pull up the other. If you can't find it in there, Chad, just go to come to our web chat on our website, and Chris will get you hooked up with the right video for interactive brokers. I like this one because this will have ones you can kind of catch early. Something like this. It's just kind of popping up out of an area. Oh, thank you, Peppy. Yes, yes. Okay, let me give you some good resources. Okay. First of all, save that user guide that I gave you that I dropped in there. And this is probably the best place to start is our learning center. And what you want to do is come in here. It'll kind of tell you about our uh, different community areas like what you're in right now, and then just start watching these videos from the beginning here. Start up and log in. You've probably already done that, but then it'll show you how to build alerts and top list, intro to charts, single stock window. It'll go through everything, multi-strategy, price alerts. So some great, and these aren't long videos. They're all pretty short. That's what I would do. Just spend a weekend on this page right here while you're watching some World Cup tomorrow. Maybe just uh, have this open and I see Bitcoin kind of rolling over now. Hi, Bit. And I'm trying to think. You got the user guide, and of course, this page I just dropped in there. This is going to be your best place by far. And then the user guide, we have tons of videos in there as well, but that's very extensive. And so uh, I think this is probably your best bet. That user guide, man, is really in depth, and you can see we cover everything in there, but it's it's a lot of information. There you go. There you go. During the hydration breaks. I tell you, man, some of these commercial banks that have a ton of revenue, and I swear sometimes these foreign countries. This is Brazil, right? I mean, sometimes you'll look at these and they'll be $3, and you'll look 3 years from now and it'll be $180. To me, that's a nice looking. You're popping up out of a 3 month high here, 2.5 month anyway. Let's call it 2 months. That's it's not bad. I'll put alert just in case that bad boy wants to Shoot, it's what, it's going to back up 4 cents. I mean, they're not going to rip, but it's just one of those things. You put you a stop at these lows over here and just forget about it. And I have a hard time with patience and those kind of things, but trying to think of some examples. Let's see if it's in competitors if he's in there. There you go. There's one that was trading at $14 just in 24. Now it's trading at 52. May do the prices. Oh, that's some local. Where's this? That's local. Oh well, they're in there. It's just probably not a lot of them are pulling up. Tesla's holding up. Still wants to go to highs. Gap. Ugly. Semiconductor trying to rise up out of the grave here. There's some stocks that uh, really been beaten up lately. Got alert in that. I want to say STS. Poet's another one that they just died. The shorts are right. 30% shorts are right on that one so far. iTub in Brazil. Yep. So those Brazil are starting to pop. Same thing, popping out of the range. These algos, they don't miss anything. Snapchat is at it again. That was coming through yesterday as well. Tell you, if it gets above, could have a nice little pop. Well, the Qs are creeping higher, but my stocks have just died, except for Tesla. It's still kind of creeping. Gosh, ABTC, that's just pathetic. Just pathetic. Sell off 75% in 3 months, and you can't even bounce more than 16 cents. Adam coming through, another semiconductor. Been beaten up. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot. It's Friday afternoon. get over here and catch some of these. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Well, I'm not giving up on it. I can see it frustrating a lot of people, and then you turn around here and in a couple of days, and it's back up to 820. So I'm gonna try to be patient. If you're gonna risk bottoms like this, I don't see any reason why to go for a quick scalp, because if that's the case, you're better off playing a strong momentum name. If you're just gonna take 40 cents out of it. Yep, bobbing bloods in the streets. That's right. Yeah, I could see. It'd be nice if Tesla could at least pop up to that 417 level today. What's that keel doing? I bet it's selling off again today. Yeah, they're just those. It's a wolf. A wolf got like I was in it on this day right here. It happened to be long because I bought it on this day on the low at this congestion level, and then woke up that morning and all of a sudden I saw it pop. I got off some at $27. I think I got off half, and then it ended up opening up around 25, and it got a $19 billion, over time, agreement with Anthropic, and I'm like, man, that sounds pretty good. So I ended up buying more. It just sold off all day. I think there's probably got oversaturated. Well, Triple D trying to break a downward sloping trend line. Gosh, I have a hard time getting these things to stick. Oh, B-bar, there's another one. You know, $10 back or $8 back over here. Just what's that? About 9 months ago. Doubled your money. Is that Argentina? Should know that. The World Cup going on. Yep. A lot of banks coming through. A lot of foreign banks. A lot of South American foreign banks coming through. Why is that Central America? I think I know my Americas. There's Tesla finally hitting that high. I'm just over here popping on this race, these races. That's been coming through a lot. I can see why. There's your TSLL for Tesla. AI coming through. I tried sound earlier. Steve got me in it, and I gave up on it. And it's shine. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, look at there. BBAI is getting a little pop. It's PLTR running. I was in this, but sold it this morning. And if I think pops back above 86. Well, shoot. This is about where I bought it last time. Stopped out at like 53. I just don't trust anything on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, I think it's gonna probably this thing's gonna bounce, and I just can't be bothered. See, this right here wouldn't do it because you got a gap fill right back here that probably wants. Actually, Symbiotic, as ugly as it's been one of my better traders for the year because I bought it back over here and stayed in it for like forever and scalped out some, for a nice little gain. And really haven't played it since until this down here. So it's weird. If you're even an ugly chart like that, if you're trading it right, you can still make money. Best Buy Papa got back above 113. Typically, a breakaway gap like that, where you have that kind of volume, you get a nice 3 or 4 day move before it starts to pull back. I'm hoping, definitely hoping for that 120 level. I'm in Yum C as well. I just don't have that. I bought a little bit, and I was like, you know what? I don't even want to put this on my boring thing on my blotter. I bought it back over here when they started to China started to bounce. I don't even want to see it. I just put my stop in there and good till cancel and forgot about it. Sometimes those are your best trades. I remember one time when I first got my trading on this new broker. You know how they'll have all your stocks together, and then at the bottom sometimes they'll have your ETFs. Well, that you could not see the ETF section. When I pull it up, all I saw was my stocks, and I forgot all about. And it's probably one of my best trades ever because I forgot all about. I had KWeb, and it wasn't a whole lot of shares, but I wasn't coming up when I pulled up my broker page. I didn't know the ETFs were lower, and about 3 months later, I think actually somehow I scrolled down and saw it and like, whoa, really nice profit. So what do? Bang, I sell it. That was nice. Hey,
And that's why
Barry.
we call you Mr. China.
You know what, Barry? I've been really good. I have not touched any of the China stocks
No
until
way.
until that Baba. That Baba was
Oh, until
basically
Baba, yeah.
yeah, when Baba
Yeah.
was down here and I said, man, this thing is so oversold. And then once it started bouncing, I was able to catch a lot of others too. But yeah, it's been by far the best sector for me anyway lately.
Well, actually, I can't remember if I traded it, but BABX was showing up on my, so that's the 2-time long for Baba,
Oh,
and
nice.
a lot cheaper, and
Yeah.
but plenty of
Oh yeah.
not volatility, but volume and spread
Oh
is
yeah.
fine. So I'm in
Nice.
loving these country these, I keep calling them the country ETFs, the company ETFs. I love them, really.
Yes, I do. I do too. And I heard you talking to Steve. I wish we could trade them in our 401k, but we can't.
Yeah. Oh,
I
only
need
the
it.
one
Yeah.
timer.
What's that?
You can trade the one time. You can't trade the 2-time.
Right. Right.
ETF.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And
Interesting.
what's the
Yeah.
point? You might as well just trade the common if you're gonna, trade the one time. So.
Other than maybe the price is a lot cheaper. I don't know. I mean,
Oh, right. Right. There you go. Yes.
I don't understand some of these stocks. Like there was one we were looking at this morning. Is like I can't remember what the name of it was, but we'll just call it was $250 with 20 million in the float. Why? That somebody is saying, well, they don't want day traders in there because why wouldn't they do a forward split, get the price down, more shares, and make it more available to more people?
What are you talking about? What stock?
I can't remember the name of it. It was
Oh, okay.
it was 250. It was the one we were looking at in the pre-market, and we're going, wow, look at this $250. And I look at the float, and there's like 20 million in the float. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
geez.
Why don't they do a forward split like Tesla and NVDA and
Yeah.
all those other stocks? Get them more affordable for the average person.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
somebody said, well, maybe they don't want people day trading them. I don't know. I really
Well,
don't
that's
know.
the
But
same way with gosh, what's the old price line? What's it called now? So don't even pull it up anymore.
Priceline, wow, that's an oldie.
Well, no, it turned into
Oh, okay.
what's it? Yeah, no, what's Trader 77? Help me out. uh,
Priceline. Just
I'm
type it
almost
in.
certain. Yeah, that trades for like, gosh, I can't think of the name of it. It's uh, book it. Just book them.
Bookham Dano?
Book them. Yeah. Let me see. Booking Holdings, is that it?
You got me there. I have no idea.
That may be it. Maybe they did finally split. I bet that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Booking Holdings.
Thank
Okay.
you, thank you, dog. So this is they did finally split. It used
What's
to
the
be
symbol? I don't have your screen up. So what's the symbol?
BKNG, and yeah,
BKNG.
they had to
Okay.
do a split because this thing was trading for like $2,000, at one time. So,
Right.
but they kept it that way forever, and that's the
Oh
old
yeah.
price line.
Really? I hadn't thought about Priceline for years,
I haven't either. And I
but
remember when it first came out, and then but that's back during the internet's when they all crashed. I
yeah,
mean, you
yeah,
could have picked
exactly.
this thing up for like $5 or $6, dude. And it's like,
Yeah.
ugh. Yeah.
Oh well. Well, listen, my friend. Have a great
All
weekend. I
right.
got to get
You do
in the
too.
other room. So have a great weekend and go England, Norway, and anybody
There we
else you
go.
might be cheering for. Yeah.
Wait, he says BRKA. What is this one?
No, Booking Holdings. Oh, I see. Maybe he wants you to look at it, but Booking Holdings, BKNG,
Yeah,
at least.
Booking Holdings. I think I just had it up. BKNG. BRKA is not pulling up anything. I can hit enter and see it. All right, Barry.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see you
Have a
later.
great
See
weekend.
you next
Everybody
week.
have a great weekend, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, just trying to. I guess you have to exit Andy. There you go. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I know I'm in both rooms, but I'm having a problem presenting. I think Andy might have accidentally. Oh, just give me a moment. May I have to start from scratch? Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And one last couple things to do. Get my music going. And get rid of the announcement. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to do this. Doesn't want to disappear, so I'm going to have to get rid of the or delete the. Excuse me. Stop the task. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, back. All right, so let's take a look at what is this? Is this EPA? Yeah, EPAC. I think that showed up somewhere for me. I just can't remember where and when. Yeah, it's getting positive again now. This showed up in my daily reversal, and man, what a pop it had. I didn't take it. They got up to 397, pulled all the way back down to 296. It's back now at that original alert price, which was around 340, a little bit over that now. I'm not. Oh, in the main room. Really? Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I'm not. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, guys. So we're in the home stretch now. Another maybe hour for me. I'll be taking off around 2 o'clock unless there's some questions. I'll always stay later for questions. But really, I do not have. It's been blank for 45 minutes? Really? Oh, man. Must have, sometimes well, I didn't know that, of course. I would have, the media server within this room must have, disconnected or something. I didn't even realize that I was away from my screen, so sorry about that. How about the well, I'm okay, you can hear me, obviously. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at Met You. And by the way, guys, you not does this not bother people? I mean, look at this nonsense, okay? That looked like, I mean, that's a massive red bar all the way down on something coming out of somewhere, and then, oh, never mind. I mean, it's just here's where you want to know that that is going to come out right around here. You want to know, okay, something's going to come out. You want to know that right around here, and then, oh, I guess we're going to refute it. Anyway, I was looking at METU, METU. You know, this is an interesting little short opportunity. Well, I wish I were closer to the VWAP. I wish I had taken it closer to the VWAP. 20 just underneath 28. I'm sorry. Yeah, just underneath 28. The VWAP right around here. Little downturn. Meta is still up 10% or 5%. Sorry. I have no idea, Rich. I'm not even sure I know what you're talking about. Do I think that China landing gets booster on a platform for cheaper than SpaceX will affect? I don't know. I think I know. I sort of know what you're talking about, but I have no idea. No idea. Maybe somebody else wants to chime in on that, but I have no real opinion on that. I'm not muted. Okay, so maybe. Okay, we may have had a problem here. Can you hear me now? I know on YouTube I'm fine. Can you hear me now in the main room? Hmm, probably not. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to come back. I'm going to have to exit the room and come back in. Okay, guys, you should be able to see me now. I got to get the screen sharing going again. I evidently what happened is it didn't show up on my screen that anything was wrong, but I'll just get the screen sharing going again. You should be able to hear me now. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah. So what happens in this room every now and then? I get it. But I didn't see it. I see media server disconnecting, and that's from within the room. I didn't see that, and the problem is that these little icons here, they didn't fade. You know, they look like they were live. So anyway, that's we're back now. Or they didn't gray out. I should say. Okay, guys, I'm still kind of watching this METU. I want to see if this is just a blip up and then maybe a continuation down happening. Okay, I want to see if this is just a little blip up. What's the market doing? Sort of following the market. That's the only issue I've got. I'd probably take this short if it got down to about 27.60. But I'm sure I'm going to need some market help on that. Okay, so wow, no new alerts for a long time, guys. I mean, the races are still giving us something new, I suppose, but no new alerts from my daily trend reversal. The last one was at 10:52. That's it. Now, when we get into earnings season, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more trend reversals. You know, you get some company that was down a little bit the day before and then have earnings and they're really popping, or vice versa, up the day before, and then they release earnings and they moving down. Probably get a lot during earnings season. Alcoa is next week, July the 16th. Okay, so, but a lot of the big guys, all the big banks, there's Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, I'm sure JP Morgan. So all the big banks next week. So guys, if this continues, I may even leave it earlier, unless there are questions, and I'll always hang around for questions, but I don't really feel like hanging around just staring at charts that I don't like all day long, or not all day long, for the balance of the day. Wow, big jockeying for position in the top one here. Okay, how about the snail? We haven't seen that one for a while. SNAL, big month, big month for snail. Started at 51 cents, 489 now. But I remember these weeks more. It's the weeks. Yeah, these. I don't think I've really seen this one though. I can't remember seeing this one this month. In fact, what's going on? There's no way. Was this a reverse split or something? Because I don't remember 72 cents and then it gapping up to $3 the next day. I don't remember that. And that's for the SNAL. Does it really? Interactive Brokers has oh my, down to 5 seconds? Really? I'm always amused when somebody asks us, do we have 1 second charts? Well, the HAO was a dog. Look at that. Halted on the way down. Okay, thank you, Rich. Yeah, so that makes sense, I guess. That's why they had that big gap. You know, the spread never got really tight in this one, I don't think anyway. Still about a 50-cent spread for the FBRX. For the TI wave, we have to look up separate stock charts to see the B and C signals correct. You have to have, I'll go to the daily chart. You have to enable, so if you right click on the chart, you have to have use browser interface checked. Okay. If that's what you mean. Okay, then what is your question exactly? You have the trade wave on. So what is your question then exactly? You have to look up separate stock charts to see the B and C signals. I mean, the B and C signals. If you have the wave on, I mean, there's a B flag right there. Oh, I see. Yes, you have to. There's no real time alert. Is that if that's what you're talking about? So in other words, you can't create your own scan and then say, okay, let me know when a buy flag or a sell flag occurs real time. No, you can't do that. It's an often asked question. Now there is something that you can do, but understand that you cannot adjust it. But if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer window. Okay, click Market Explorer window. Here's your window that's going to pop up. Right click on it. And then you see where it says select strategy. Just hover over it. And then another big box is going to pop up. Go down to TI Wave. You're not clicking, you're just hovering. And now another box pops up. Then you have TI Wave by 5 minutes. So when you click on that, this is actually a scan for a 5-minute buy flag. Okay. But you cannot say, well, I want it on a 3-minute or 5-minute or a 2-minute. This is what we've got, 5-minute, and you cannot adjust the price range. Okay, you cannot. The volume is going to be fine. Okay, you're never going to see anything that was like minuscule volume. And notice that you usually get an alert every 5 minutes, but not today. You know, I'm not going. There's a gap here: 12 to 12:15, 12:15 to 12:30, 12:30 to. Okay, so there are little gaps. But for instance, if I click on, CRCA, there's a little buy flag right there. Now, does that mean you just hop into the trade? Not necessarily, but I mean, at least you will get something. Now you got a sell flag, but it sort of moved a bit. Yeah, well, actually, it wasn't bad from 14.11 up to 14.50. Okay, so there's a GMM. See what it looks like. A little buy flag there. And you can tell that, and the price was 384. Not bad, actually. I mean, from 384. Now, I don't know within that 5 minutes, I don't know where you would have got the alert. That's the only thing. But this is something you can have if you want. You can incorporate it as part of your layout. It does work in the pre-market also. You go down here. We had the HAO at 855, TKLF at 745, but you can see that it does work in the pre-market. The earliest one was the WOK at 415. That's all times Eastern. But again, you cannot adjust it. Okay. The reason why this was created by somebody who's no longer with Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, some of you might know him, and he created this a long time ago. And what we're hoping for, I think it gets asked. If it doesn't get asked, it should be asked every Wednesday. You know, people want to have a scan based on getting a real-time buy or a flag or create your own scan and then get the alert based on a buy or sell flag. I'm just trying to find something that looks nice. I mean, this is not perfect, but I mean, if you took this EPAC right around here, 30, it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag, okay? But if you took EPAC right around here, that 33.92, okay, maybe the 34, if it made sense for you to take it because it came up on a scan you had and you liked what you saw, so you took it. Now you ride the wave, ride that wave, okay? The only time you would maybe take some off is right up here as it starts to pierce the wave. That's how I use it when I can find a trade that I like. And I just sort of ride the wave. It keeps me in the trade a lot longer. Possibility that what I would have done, I would have got rid of I mean, it would have been tough to hold even a bit of a position here, perhaps. So maybe I would have. And then you hang on and then you're rewarded. This is not a great example because, some of these bars are plunging through the wave. I'm trying to find a better example. It's been this sort of a day though. Normally when I look at some of these stocks that are in the large cap, they look a lot nicer. Yeah, it's just nicer, meaning a nice narrow wave up, very, very narrow. Narrow meaning because when the wave gets fat, it means it's getting a little parabolic. So depending where you're in the trade, if you're in way down here, you'll love to see it get parabolic. You're in here, you don't want to see that, the wave getting too parabolic because then you start to think, wow, maybe people are going to start taking profit. And I'm not in it way down here. Just can't find one. Not today. You see, if this continued down, as a potential short, this would be interesting because here's very narrow. So if you took it's not a matter of seeing the sell flag, but if you did, if you had seen this one and you thought and then it happens to be a sell flag, fine. But you take this short right here, you get out a little bit here as it pops up, but you don't get out of everything, and you just hang on and see if it, keeps continuing down. Well, it's not. I don't even know if it's a strategy. I mean, I just look left all the time. So if what I'm seeing is near the high of the day, okay, near the high of the day, maybe at the high of the day, but I don't mean like it's 15-minute candles straight up. Maybe if I got an example here. Now, imagine if YUMC, just as an example, and it was doing this, and then it made a high of the day. And I looked left. I'm not saying this is one, but I looked left and I said, okay, if I'm in this one at 43.57 and I looked left and the next high was like 46 on the daily chart, then it becomes something I'll probably trade. It's a matter of looking left for me to see how much room there is for it to move before it hits that next high. And if I can't see it on the daily, I look on the weekly. Can't see it on the weekly, I look on the monthly. But I'm paying a lot of attention to. Today is not I won't say a great day. It's just that there's not that much interesting that came from this scan. This can be an excellent scan though. A trend reversal scan. A stock that was down yesterday, up today, or a stock that was up yesterday, down today. I'm enjoying that scan right now. But you know what? Maybe if I had 10 days in a row like this, I might say, well, maybe I'll retire it for a while again. It just didn't produce really based on the type of day it is. I'm a bit of a field trader too. Okay, I'm not. I mean, I have some rules, sure. Like a price range, I like them, but those are my personal rules. That doesn't have to be yours. Okay, maybe a minimum volume, a relative volume, of course, is important. But after that, I'm a bit of a feel, because especially stocks that are around the whole number. I love to see stocks that are just a little bit above a whole number. And this morning I actually thought GMM was going to give us a great trade. I really did. I thought right here, I have to get a bigger 5-minute chart to show you what I mean. Yeah, right here, I really thought this was going to be a really good trade. I mean, we saw this one in the pre-market, so and when you look left, look left on the weekly chart, there's the next high, and that's the same high as if I look left on the daily chart. Okay, if I look left on the daily chart, that is the same high. So I think what's that, 11 something? Don't know why I don't see it here. Maybe I just have to back this out a bit. There, you see that? So when I saw that, I said, wow. I mean, it was above all this. Okay. I thought, okay, if it gets over 5 again, I really want to know about that. Happened a couple of times, came back down, but then it didn't work. I mean, I didn't take it. I didn't take it because that little blue line there was what I wanted it to take out. I wanted to get up to 520. Had it done that, I almost for sure would have taken that trade, assuming the volume was coming in too, because there was just so much room for it to move. And it's one of those crazy low flow China stocks, 123 million, but it didn't do it. So I didn't, like, there was it didn't harm me because I didn't take the trade. But that's what I was really looking for. Had high hopes for that one. We're talking about it in the pre-market. So I could have said to myself, you know what, it's going to take, sorry guys, I just got to size this better. I could have said, you know what, I think it's going to take out 5 when it was at 480. I'm just going to buy it. And I would have had a stop. Don't get me wrong. I would have had a stop, but it would not have worked. So I don't try to anticipate. I don't try to anticipate that something's going to happen. I put a price alert in. If I get the price alert, then I'm watching it again. It's at a level that I might like. But I know there are people that will anticipate, and maybe they don't go in on their entire position. Maybe they go, okay, I'll anticipate right here at a certain price, maybe take half the position I would normally take. And if it drops, this is not anything I do, but and maybe add a little bit more if it drops down, because you're not in your whole position, but you still have to have a stop. But that's not what I do. I don't do that at all. But the best thing to do is practice trading. Okay. I mean, I can't tell you what's going to work for you. trading can take on your own personality. My personality, a lot of people hate the fact that a stock is near the high of the day or near the low of the day. They'd much rather play a pullback to a certain moving average or maybe to the VWAP, and that's fine. I mean, it's not that I won't do that, but I don't have the same feel for doing that. It's not that I'll never do it. I just don't have the same feel for doing that. I like to see stocks that are gaining a momentum, but there are plenty of people that just don't like to do that at all. And so there's no right or wrong. My recommendation is take our simulator and practice some setups and see what starts to make sense to you. How did that SUNE? I wish I'd taken that for real. So what did it get to? We were in at wow, what a because what in the simulator, now this is not going to look good. Well, it's going to look not as bad, but remember what I was telling you? This distance from the exit price, okay? So in the simulator, we took this, well, I took the trade at 312. Up here at 449, that distance from the exit price would have looked horrible. Okay, the exit, what did I exit at? 335? It would have said over $1 from my exit, which is not what you want, of course. You want to see a negative number. It's negative now, but if you're following this right here, you're going, oh man, did I get out too early? Now nobody's saying you're ever going to get out right at the absolute top of the day, but I wanted to get out here to show you how this can work. Now, the max P&L, what that means is when I was still in this trade, I had 500 shares. I was up $130 and when I got out, I made 120. That'd be fantastic if it had dropped from my exit price and not done this. What you don't want to see is, you're at one point you could be up $130 and then you let it just drift down to either, make $10 or even worse, you lose money. It's just a gauge, how good are your exits. And this is the simulator, and it's part of the standard service. Micron from Blizzardo in our YouTube room. Micron, let's see what's happening with Micron. Well, if I wanted to play Micron, what's mud? That's the bear. What's the was it Muzz? No. MUU, thank you. But that's the problem with it. That's the problem with it. So, I'd almost rather short mud. The reason being is that there's no huge advantage. I mean, other than it's a 2-time, but there's no huge advantage of trading this one, in my opinion, because, look at the price of it. And the whole idea of these company ETFs is to get the price down. Well, one of the ideas, okay? Now, if you don't care, fine. But so if I thought Micron was going to continue higher, I could short this, for 2 times the move. Micron must be just basically flat today. Yeah, well, 0.21%, yeah. Oh, mud is only a 1-timer. Okay, well, that's fine. But it's way cheaper. So I could short this. If I thought Micron was going to keep going higher, I could short this one. Because again, this is the bear. So if you thought Micron was going to go lower, you buy this. But if you think Micron's going to go higher, you can short this. Boy, this has just been I mean, I'm not saying it's been the easiest trade, but I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. But boy, this FBRX with that news yesterday, but it's only phase one, I believe. Phase one news is what I think it is. Let me see what that news was. Doesn't tell me here. Yeah, positive phase 1B. I mean, we're talking phase 1B. I mean, we're at the, infancy of this drug. And look what it's done. I have to watch this one on Monday and see if, it finally runs out of steam and the spread maybe tightens up a bit. The problem has always been for me is that spread. But as I've said many times, a 50-cent spread won't matter if the stock's going to go up, going to go up $4 or $5. Just don't know that's going to happen. But you have to think that on Monday, because look how well this traded yesterday. I mean, again, this stock started at 21.45, closed at 37, very near the high of the day, which is what you want to see. And then a massive continuation. And you can see it's right at the high of the day right now. But for how much longer? So I'm definitely going to have this one thumbnailed so I won't forget it. In fact, what I'm going to do is on my notepad that I use for Monday, I'm just going to put FBRX watch. So I won't forget about it. I'll also thumbnail it on one of my small charts on my other monitor. Yeah, I just don't see much movement in certainly these large cap stocks. I just don't see much movement. I mean, this looks really, if this were earlier on in the day, maybe I take it, it's a little breakout here. It's not the high of the day, doesn't have to be at the high of the day, but it's coming out a bit of consolidation, a little bit of a break. But I just don't think there's going to be that much movement. I may be completely wrong, but if this stock way above the VWAP, but it was basing. The movement's going to be in here, of course, in the volatile stocks. Boy, just two trades today, guys. Got out of the EYPT for a little loss, and then the early on they met you, and it worked okay. I was hoping it would get a little bit more, but that's it. But I mean, this tells you the sort of day. This is the last alert from the daily trend reversals. 10:58. That is abnormal. Okay. I mean, here's one I'd probably be interested in. You ask me, I love to see stocks that are just breaking over the whole number. Okay. The reason why, I just think this whole number is a psychological barrier for a lot of people, and it gets above it. I mean, this has got a lot of room. I mean, this has got a ton of room. 2240 is the next high looking left. So there's an example of something that, I probably should be looking at. But do I want to do it on a day like today where, there's not, it had a little pullback, a little bit of a pullback, a little pop. And when you look left, a ton of room. Now, when I say a ton of room, I don't mean that it's going to get here. Why I like it is that then I don't have to worry about any near-term chart resistance. Okay, so I take one thing out of the equation of why a stock may not continue higher. I mean, a lot of other reasons. I mean, doesn't mean it's going to add one penny to this, but at least I don't have to worry and think to myself, wow, there's a lot of resistance not that far on the charts, potential resistance. Faith, I've completely forgotten about the fact that it's no longer in effect, the PDT rule. Now, I would have thought there'd be a lot more day traders and coming into the market, or a lot more volume. Mhm. I mean, I love this MedX. I mean, it real or MLTX. I remember this day or this week when it got up to 23. I remember that. Well, I actually tried to buy some, but I couldn't get the fill I wanted. I was trying to get some at 21.20 just to see, but I didn't get the fill I wanted, so I'm going to back off now. Bid ask is 23, 26. Normally, I would not mind. Now, look what happened. Do I want it now? Not really. Only because I'm just seeing that the overall, things are just slowing to a crawl. And now look at it, 12.17. So yeah, very glad I didn't get it at 21. It's how you can carve up your account, trading out of boredom. And that's really what it would have been, a bit of a boredom trade. Setting up beautifully, everything looked good, but in the back of my mind, I'm going, why are you taking a trade right now? Now, for some, they're waiting for something like this. Okay, little pullback. For some, you look at this and go, okay, maybe a pullback even a little closer to 21. Speaking of a pullback, look at the FBRX now. Do I think it's that's a question I can't answer. I mean, you're talking about right now, or you're talking about holding it over the weekend, or I mean, it looks, I was looking at, first of all, you could always, if you don't want to pay that much, you could always short METU. Okay, you get double the move. So if you really thought it was worth it, you get double the move. But I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. I mean, the ideal situation would have been right up here on the VWAP break. You're sort of chasing it down a little bit, in my opinion. I wanted to short it. I was looking to short it here, but it just wasn't moving. So unless something, and especially, you're going against the market. I mean, the market is still kind of drifting higher. This is probably affected by the market a little bit anyway. If the market all of a sudden has another one of those giant red bars, sure. But don't let me stop you. If you want a short meta, whew, 149, guys. Okay. Maybe another 10 minutes, 10 minutes or so. KUST, haven't seen this one for a while. It is over $1 again. Remember these days when it got up to 4 and a big fade. This week, 2 weeks ago, it did get up to 260, but it closed down here at 95 cents. Still hanging around the area. And interesting, unless I didn't delete something, did I? Nope. So this is sort of the day. I mean, this should be a very active scanner. Okay, the last alert was at 115. And showing on the short side, nothing on the long side for a while. The last one was JLHL at 1229. I think it's fallen since then. 1783 was the alert. I mean, this is one that could have a late dayer like it did yesterday. I mean, it's still up. It's up 14%. It got up to $38 after hours yesterday. So from that aspect, it's well down, well down from that high of $38, 38 and change. You can see what happened right there. So that time right there was 4:15. That's after hours yesterday. But sorry, I was wrong. I got up to 32.79. Look at the volume yesterday. I mean, the volume yesterday was about over 50, well, I don't know, 60 million. Today it's only 15. This week it's been 105 million after basically doing nothing for months. Actually, the bouncer toppers have actually produced a couple of, well, probably some nice ones. I haven't been using it in the way the theory being that you would short something that looked like it was topping out, and that's an orange, or you would buy something that you thought might be finally bouncing. I'm just looking at this tracks here. That would have been an awesome short. Had the first alert at 37.88. It kept moving higher. Look at the time. 38.49. And what's it up here? This is basically right at the high here. So if you'd taken the short here, 38.49 down to 34.95, that was an awesome short. I didn't do it because I've sort of been using this for mini pullbacks. When I get the alerts, I watch to see, okay, is it going to pull back a little and then resume? I've been playing it more as a continuation after a little pullback. Today was not the day to do that. And this is just a flip, not quite as dramatic, but you had an alert to take the bounce at 76.89, so it's bounced $1. That Yeah, so I mean that's how this was designed. Well, guys, in a couple of weeks, I mean, next week, I know we've got a bunch of big banks releasing earnings. I'm not as interested in them, but 2 to 3 weeks after that, we'll start to get a whole flurry of earnings plays of stocks that are not necessarily, that well known, and those can be really exciting to trade. Because those are the sort of stocks that really only get active once every 3 months when they release earnings, either good or bad. So as far as shorting Meta, no, I'm just looking at MetU turn into. There's no, I don't. Yeah, there's no real indication one way or the other where it's going, in my opinion. All right, guys, it's 1:58. I think I'll take off now if there are no more questions. Again, I don't have to go. I don't have to go, but if I don't see any questions, I'm just going to take off. Thank you, Faith. You too. So I think I don't see anybody in YouTube anymore, so I'm going to shut down that stream, number one. So YouTubers, I'll get on the mic for you guys at around 9 o'clock Monday morning.